Yeah. Just clarification.
Good to go. The time is 7:01 PM. I'd like to call to order the Tuesday, April 9th, Mayor and Town Council regular meeting. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'm actually going to ask that everyone remain standing just briefly. Many folks may know, but over the weekend, our department lost a police officer to cancer. Officer Jerry Lacoste served for the police department in a few different roles, and it's a tremendous loss to the department and the community. So we wanted to take a moment of silence for Officer Lacoste. Thank you. Thank you. Susan is absent today, so Jamie, would you mind doing the roll call, please?
Counselor Pedrico?
Here.
Counselor Gonzalez? Here. Counselor Menke?
Here.
Counselor Nagel?
Here.
Counselor Page?
Here.
Counselor Plord?
Here.
Counselor Rada?
Here.
Counselor Tiniakos?
Here.
Mayor Trister?
Here. All right, thank you. Moving along to approval of the agenda. Any changes anybody needs to make? I'll entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Counselor Menke, seconded by Deputy Mayor Rada. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Moving on in the agenda, we are up to item 4, presentations. Tonight, we are joined by our brand new Police Chief, Christopher Perry, to come and update us and introduce us to the town. So would you like to come on up, Chief? It would be great. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. We're excited.
Get all your gear. It won't make it work.
Yeah, so we guess we know we've been doing sort of a series of where we get updates from each sort of department head on what's going on in their various department, and this was very good timing. So if you get any updates to what's going on in the police department and some of the things that you hope to work on and how we can help as a council.
Yeah, so first and foremost, thank you very much for having me tonight. I do appreciate that moment of time for us for the cast. The department appreciates that acknowledgement. So we're 2 weeks in to being the chief. So we're in the phase now where I'm trying to find out what meetings I must attend, should attend, and I can miss. And apparently I missed an important one today, so we're learning as we go. So importantly for us, one of the biggest issues we tackled straight out of the gate was retention and recruitment, making sure that we're, continuing to get officers on board, qualified officers to come in to fill our ranks. When I started, we were 8 short. We started the process. We were 8 short, and hopefully by the end of this month, we should have that number down to 3. We have 1 in the academy now. We have a second officer that's hired. He's waiting to go to the academy in April. We have a 3rd officer who actually, we met with the town manager this morning. We're just waiting on a physical for her, and she should be also starting in that April class. And we have 2 certified officers who have applied and are in the process. So that's a 5-person swing in the course of a month. So that's very good.
Fantastic. Excellent.
And that would put us on the sworn side just 3 short compared to 10 about 4 months ago. So we are definitely moving in the right direction as far as that. And also when you're looking at hiring, those certified officers are pretty important because it's a much quicker turnaround to get those officers on the street. Forego that 6-month academy experience, and they can start moving much quicker. As far as the state of the department goes, everything is moving really well for us. We are just ready to start our summer training cycle. So we have research coming up. We have some other issues as far as some of the statutory requirements for training. Our firearms training is going on right now. So if you do hear us at the range, there is to be expected this time of year. Spring firearms are in full swing. And then, as we move through the summer, it's a big time for us as far as community engagement. Once the weather gets nice, we can get out of those cars. We can see people. They're much more visible. They're more out and about. They're at the parks. They're at the facilities. So we get those opportunities to make those positive contacts, introduce ourselves. We have a lot of new officers. We have 13 officers that are less than a year.
Wow.
So when they go into a business or a restaurant or they make contact, you often hear, "Oh, I don't even know who these guys are, these ladies are." And it's just now getting them to get out to introduce themselves. Unfortunately, with the staffing issues that we had since Officer DeSimone left, our community service position has been vacant. So we've really kind of leaned on the officers to kind of single-handedly take on that role in patrol. And it's important for them to go out, make those contacts, to meet the community members, the leaders, the business owners. Because it's a newer department, and a lot of these patrol officers are haven't been on that long, and they're just not familiar, with the players in town. So it's an exciting time. It's a new department. It's an eager department. We have traffic issues to tackle. We've got property crime issues to tackle, and these officers are motivated to go out and get that done.
Awesome. That's great. We'll open up to any questions from counselors. Any thoughts? Do you have any questions? Counselor Bedrejko?
Yeah, I know, Jeff, you've been around for a while, but you have a new role now. I was wondering, do you have any plans on going out and not reintroducing yourself, but kind of introducing your role and your hopes and whatever to the different stakeholders, like the business community, like some of the community organizations, the schools, whatever? Do you have any meet and greet plans?
Yeah, so, unfortunately, as a patrol commander, the role I was coming from, my primary focus is just on operations, making sure that the patrol division, which does take up the largest part of the department, runs smoothly. And we're meeting our required mandates by the state. That our officers are out there, they're being trained properly, they're doing the right thing. And now, as I transition to this new role, it's clear that making those community connections are extremely important. And even in the last few weeks, we had a United Against Hate symposium that was at Temple Sinai that I was on the panel. And we fielded questions from, the people that came to review some of the options that you have when investigating hate crimes and what should be reported and what shouldn't be reported. And then the high school was gracious enough to host a Taste of Ramadan event. So myself and one of my lieutenants went to that, and we met with the leaders of the Muslim Coalition. So I think, in my role, it's very important to just make sure that all these other community leaders, religious leaders, business owners, realize that those lines of communication are open, and I can't expect them to reach out to me. It's my responsibility to reach out to them. So in the upcoming month or so, when we get our feet on the ground, I would like to have host an event at the police department, a meet the chief event, so we can get those people who are interested in coming in, meeting not just myself, because I'm just the one person, but to meet the department, meet the command staff, meet our officers, and get a tour of the facility and just understand, what our role is and what we can do for you, and unfortunately, sometimes what we can't do for you. I think that exchange of information just puts everybody on the same page as far as what expectations are for both of us,
I'm sure Jamie can maybe provide you with a list of organizations to actually formally invite, like the Rotary, Kiwanis, the school system, even the local churches.
Right.
So it could be a really nice event, I think.
Right.
If you did that.
And ultimately, the end game is just that mutual respect and that mutual support for the community to realize what our role is and how we can benefit each other, when the need arises.
Just have one other question, if you don't mind. You're very aware, obviously, of the type of crime issues that we have in Newington. And you actually mentioned some of your priorities already, but do you have any vision or plans on what you can do proactively to kind of address the crime rather than reactively?
So property crime is ultimately the most common we see. retail theft is significant, vehicle theft, property crimes deriving from vehicle burglaries are the most common issues we see. And some of these facilities have loss prevention and some of them don't. So the bigger stores and businesses that have loss prevention, unfortunately, we contact them pretty regularly. So it's important that we understand what the loss prevention officers from each store are expecting from us, and we're making sure that they're packaging when they have crimes properly for us. So when we get there, are they providing us with correct information? So we're kind of training the loss prevention officers to be able to put us in the most advantageous position to catch these criminals, because they do significant theft. Retail theft is pretty significant. When it comes to property crime and car breaks and car theft, the issue that you have is the randomness of locating these activities as they occur. Unfortunately, there's not enough officers to saturate every neighborhood, plus respond to all the calls for service. So we try to use crime mapping to identify where in town the most likely victim locations are going to be. And then the patrol officers will try to patrol their districts accordingly. We do also have a pretty unique device called Star Chase, because unfortunately you cannot pursue vehicles for property crime. So that puts us at a disadvantage, when you come across someone who's involved in crime and you try to make an apprehension. Generally, if they get to the vehicle, they can pretty much realize that, the pursuit policy doesn't allow us to pursue. So we have the benefit of a device called Star Chase, where without giving out all of our secrets, we are able to track the location of some of these suspect vehicles, which ultimately can and has several times led to the arrest of that suspect. So it's important to kind of utilize the technology that we have. You'd be foolish not to. All the data that it's collected is beneficial to us in devising plans on how to put our officers in the right place at the right time to try to mitigate some of these issues.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilor Menke.
I know you've been here a while, so it's not like it's brand new to the town, but I just want to welcome you in your new role as chief. I think, 2 weeks is just getting started. So I'm sure you'll miss other important meetings as time goes on. And I'd let you know, I think we all speak for the same on the council, that whatever you need from us, we're receptive to hearing from you when, as you develop a need or is something we can help you with. So welcome to the job, and I look forward to you in your new role.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Councilor Floyd.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll echo what Councilor Menke said, and speaking for all of us, that we just really appreciate your service and your willingness to step into this role. It's different than what you've done, though you are very familiar with our community. There's no doubt. It's a horse of a different color, so to speak, and I'm sure there's a learning curve there. And we just appreciate your service and dedication and commitment to being a part of that process. So thank you for that. And I also just want to commend you for recognizing the importance of those community connections but leaning into what may be discomfort at the start in starting to build those. So just appreciate your work on creating those stakeholder connections. I just had one question about that community service position that you have, and that's remained vacant since retirement. Do you envision specific plans for filling that role, or like a timeline for filling that role? Do you feel that relying mainly on rank and file officers has been a sufficient supplement in the absence of that role? I just kind of want to pick your brain.
Yeah, so we have been fortunate enough where we have a handful of patrol officers who have really been interested in that community aspect of their patrol. And Jordan Backman is one officer specifically who was very instrumental in planning the national night out last year. And she has been responsible for the Tippecanoe we had at Outback for Special Olympics. So she's very involved in the Special Olympics part. She's, doing all the legwork for the torch run that'll be coming up in May. So beneficially for us, she's excited about it. And right now with our patrol division, we are full staffed in patrol. So all of our districts and all of our sergeants that cover the road, those positions are full. So what's now vacant are those administrative positions. So we're actually in the process right now of going through a sergeant promotion and detective promotion, excuse me. Because we were able to hire officers to fill those two roles. So when those two officers or whoever they are get promoted, then that comes out of patrol. So now you have to fill those two spots with your new officer. So it's really, you know, it's a buy one get when we can get an officer on, and that's why the certified are so important. Once we get those officers on, now we can make an assignment and now we can make a promotion. Because right now we have just one administrative sergeant on the administrative side, and there's normally 4. So those 3 vacancies that I mentioned earlier are all administrative sergeants, and the community service officer. So the priority is for the detective and the sergeant to start, and then you have to assess the needs. And again, going into the summer is a very busy time for us community service wise. We have a golf tournament that we put on in the summer. Again, we have National Night Out that's in August. So there are events that we're going to require all hands on deck. And it is, you know, it's difficult for officers working patrol and responding to calls for service and investigating their cases to also be tasked with, you know, that secondary responsibility. So I know that the previous chiefs before me all shared and echoed the same sentiment that the community service position is extremely valuable. And that due to the interaction that we'd like to maintain with the community, we have to fill that position sooner rather than later.
Great.
So again, as those 5 officers I mentioned come on board, that is the priority, is, you know, 1 more sergeant and then to fill that community service position.
Great. Thank you for that. And God bless you again for all the work you do. And let us know how we can help.
Yes.
Sincerely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Rada.
Yes, once again, welcome and congratulations on your new role. At some point, I think it might be helpful and we might be, as a council, excited to come down the hill and get a tour. I will not assume anything, but we probably haven't seen too much of the inside of the police department, so.
Hopefully.
They'll
Definitely.
But to really get a true understanding of what it is you all do on a daily basis, that would be great, and we can work that out. And 2 weeks is not a long time for you to have put together your list of what can this, how can I work with this department, that department, but again, reach out to us and we would love to hear how we can support you and what needs we might be able to help you fill. One quick question. We've talked a lot about homelessness and issues related to homelessness. Mayor Pfister and I and others have been part of a multi-town opioid task force meeting schedule. There is a huge issue in Hartford, but we are Hartford adjacent or interconnected. And what do you see and what are some ideas that you have related to homelessness and some of these issues that certainly compound people's concerns?
It's obviously a problem. You know, we all see the panhandlers in town, and more so mental health plays a big role in those. In our contacts, we realized quickly that a lot of these people have the means or they have opportunities to have housing or have someone that would actually support them. And whether it's substance abuse issues or whether it's mental health issues, they don't require that assistance from family or from us, even when it's offered. And we have the benefit of, we have 2 social workers that come to the department during the week, and they're from Intercommunity Mental Health, and they actually stay at the PD during the day. And when we make contact with a lot of some of the homeless population and some of the people who have homeless but do have mental health issues, we can schedule meetings that will go out with Intercommunity and we'll make contact with these people. And we've been working with Human Services, you know, this whole time.
I'm sure.
Carol's great. But the problem that we often face is when we do try to get shelter spots, they're just not available. So we have the benefit where human services, you know, even if it's just temporary, can make some assistance to try to get these people placed. But the issue is there's just not a lot of place to put them. And when we contact them, often they're not requiring and ultimately refuse the assistance of the police department. So what we'll do is we'll try to make sure the intercommunity can make contact with them. And sometimes they prefer to just deal with them without the police department there, just for the fact of keeping the separation there. And they often are more likely to cooperate. And for the ones that we can help, again, we use human services, and we have 2 shelters, one in New Britain and one in Hartford, that are our go-to shelters for those locations. And when they have occupancy, they are willing to assist. But like I said, a lot of the people we contact, they do not usually request any assistance from us. So we just primarily just make sure that they're safe, make sure that they're, you know, there'll be times, like especially over the winter, where we would contact them and, you know, we'd provide them, you know, a lot of times the easiest thing is to get a medical care, because normally they definitely have some sort of medical issue. And when they get to the hospital, then they have access that isn't necessarily police initiated, access to support through the hospitals. But unfortunately, you know, sometimes for us, it feels like we're just kicking the can, where it would be, you know, much better if we had, I guess, more availability, temporary housing or shelter placement, but it's difficult to find those locations.
Okay, thanks.
Counselor Nagel.
Thank you, Mayor. Congratulations yet again.
Thank you.
I'm so happy to see that you're here in this position, and that you have a great knowledge already of the town to work with in your new position. It's some of the things you've already talked about are related to what I'm about to ask. The many nitty-gritty things that happen in town, especially, or happen as the seasons change in town, and residents need to be reminded, and indeed may need to be reminded, since you're a new person coming to the helm. They're picky, but they're important to people. Signs, street signs being stolen, people parking where they shouldn't. I know during the winter there were definite time, and then the date, I think it's April 1st, is coming, and parking changes, people parking where they shouldn't, that block side roads from seeing traffic on major roads. How can they go about, aside from talking to me, and I'm rather other counselors, go about resolving that? And do you have any plans as to what you're going to do with those kinds of things, which I realize may not be, I know, are not the major things that you and the department needs to deal with?
Yeah, the quality of life issues are the most pressing calls for service that we get, where it's neighbor disputes, it's property line issues, it's right of way, it's sight line, it's parking in the center. And as we receive that information, we receive those requests. We've fielded a few from the town specifically about some of the issues in the center. And for us, it's not a bother to contact the police if you have an issue. A lot of people, I think, have that mentality where, you know, I don't want to bother you, it's such a minimal thing. But unfortunately, those minimal things can grow into much larger things if they're not curtailed immediately. So if people are experiencing those quality of life issues, you know, we've had a few neighbor disputes in town that we have had the 2 sides come in for a mediation, where we sit down, we go over laws, we go over harassment laws, we go over noise ordinance complaints. And we try to sit down with them and try to, you know, sit down and mediate some sort of resolution. But sometimes that doesn't work. And unfortunately, in those cases, you know, it does progress into sometimes civil action, sometimes criminal action, you know, depending on if the people are willing to kind of look outside of their own situation and realize that we all, you know, have to live together in this town. So the issues may appear small, but we have the resources to go out. Our patrol officers are well prepared to handle those situations, and it's really safer to call the police department or the online portal that the town has to file complaints. Whether it's traffic or blighted or parking or, you know, those requests come to me and we go through them and we assign them to the proper people within the department to go out and handle these problems. So it's no bother, we don't mind it.
If they come to us, I know in the past, we've had town managers who said, well, give me a list and I will go to the police. Do you want us to go directly to you? Should we follow that procedure or?
That procedure works for me. If that works for Jamie, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, good. Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Counselor Dingle, Counselor Page.
Thanks, Mayor.
Yep.
Thank you for your years of service and thank you for stepping up into this new leadership role. We appreciate you. I had a quick question about Blockwatch, but I also just wanted to say, thanks for your quick response to my reaching out to you. You mentioned social workers and I'm a little biased, but I know I had sent you something about, you know, work being done in the state of Connecticut and throughout the country with social work collaborating when appropriate, deemed appropriate with police to address mental health and other issues that may be less relevant sometimes for the police or appropriate. And so I appreciate that response and we'll talk, you know, once you sort of settle it and figure out those meetings you have to and don't have to and all that.
Like, I make sure I don't miss Jamie. As long as I'm attending those meetings.
We don't either.
Yeah. We schedule it through Jamie. I'll be there.
Right.
Promise.
And so I wanted to thank you for that. We'll get there. And then just Blockwatch, I know back in the day, in the previous century, there was a fair amount, at least in my neighborhood and around town, around Blockwatch, and there were signs up and we had an officer who was wonderful and was kind of dedicated to that role along with some other activities he did. I don't know, from a policing standpoint and from a sort of strategically, as it relates to managing both quality of life and car break-ins and other things, is that deemed at this point to be less helpful or relevant based on the data? Or is it just we've moved on to other strategies and now we all ring doorbells and so forth? What's your thought about
I think
Blockwatch?
technology is moving a bit past your stereotypical block watch. And I remember when I was in support services, Officer DeSimone and I, we investigated block watch because there were a lot of communities that were interested. And it actually, to get the sign, it actually entailed quite a bit of community participation. You had to have captains, you had to have like team leaders, and it had to be documented, and you had to have meetings. And you just couldn't, people are just too busy to formulate the official block watch program. What we notice most often is social media is a great help for us. You know, the only thing about it is we don't have someone who's designated specifically to watch social media for the time. It would be great if we did. So a lot of times stuff will get posted on one of the several Newington Facebook pages. That's happening real time. It just doesn't get to the department. So I'll read 2 hours ago, I saw a suspicious car driving down, you know, one of the streets in town. And for us, there's nothing at that point we can do about it. And I don't know if people are aware, but even our Newington Police Facebook page isn't monitored 24/7. And even instant messages, it's controlled by 3 officers. It's Lieutenant Ivano, Sergeant Dean, and then Jordan has access. So if they're not working and something is a direct message into the police department Facebook page, that's not monitored 24/7. So if there is activity that you feel is suspicious or the community feels is suspicious, it's best to report that directly. And you can either text that in or 911 or routine line, whichever is applicable for the situation at hand. But yeah, social media, people share their ring footage. And the thing about Newington is in the 24 years that I've been here is Newington is very supportive and they're very close. And we've had great relationships with the community. And people are eager to cooperate when we're doing a canvas for a crime and we're asking for video or we're asking for witness accounts. You know, it's not like that everywhere. And we have the benefit of having the cooperation for the community, which obviously makes our job much easier. And technology is definitely helpful when it comes to collecting evidence, because it's not just saved in Newington. We share that statewide. And we have law enforcement resources that we can share that information. And, you know, we get identifications off of cars or surveillance video from stores where crimes were committed, sometimes within minutes of posting it. So yeah, the block watch idea is fantastic. But for the community to be able to devote that much time into surveilling their own areas, that gets a little bit tough.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councilor Boyd.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, just one more. I forgot one. My mistake. I mean, it's no secret that our officers, and you included, do tremendous work and take on a tremendous amount of stress in your work. That stress comes with social pressures, cultural pressures. Beyond that, it also just comes on its face that your job is very difficult. And so I guess I want to get a sense from you, and, you know, all these conversations continue beyond this, of course, but to start the dialogue about your perspective on the department's rules and resources around officer mental health, and how important that is, and the kind of systems that we have in place as a department when it comes to taking care of our officers and making sure that they're whole.
No, I couldn't agree with you more. One of the major issues with law enforcement is we lose more officers nationally to suicide than we do to officer involved murder or assault.
Yeah.
So it's a real problem for law enforcement as a whole. The good thing for us is we have a really good peer support program with our department. So we have officers that have received specialized training, and they can be approached by any officer who's dealing with any significant issue, whether it's work related, whether it's home related. You know, the stresses obviously from the job are significant. You know, statistically, they say that the average person experiences 3 to 5 traumatic events in their lifetime. For law enforcement, it's 3 to 5 traumatic events a year. So you're already significantly ahead of the curve when it comes to processing, you know, some of these experiences. We also have a very good EAP program, an employee assistance program, and we've had officers that have utilized those both voluntarily and both at the direction of the command staff. If we feel that there's a situation that they may need some significant assistance, even if they don't feel they do. We do have the authority to force them to attend. And the thing about it is there's always been that, you know, that stigma that if I ask for help, I'm weak, they're gonna, you know, they're gonna take my gun, they're not gonna let me do my job. And so there's a lot of safeguards in place to avoid that, to prevent officers from thinking that they don't have options. And I know that Newington specifically, like they have a health fair coming up. So we know that we can approach the town and then we can request service. And Jamie's been great, and the girls in her office have been great, getting that information out to us. They send out a wellness thing every month that we forward to our officers so they know that the resources are there. And it'll come down to just like simple check-ins. Like there's some of those critical incidents that these officers experience. And sometimes they just need to talk about it a little bit. So, you know, we debrief significant incidents if it involves, you know, a critical event. We'll sit down with the officers, we'll go over that event. We'll talk about what went well, we'll talk about what went poorly. And then, you know, in those debriefs, you kind of try to touch on, you know, if you can identify someone that might be struggling with something. And then you just, you know, you interact with them and you periodically check on them in the upcoming days, just to make sure that they are seeking the support if they do need it.
Sure. Great. Thank you so much again.
Thank you so much for coming out tonight, Chief. You know, we very much appreciate it. And congratulations on the role. I do have one request, and if there's protocols for this, that's fine. But you know, I absolutely will volunteer to send the dunk tank at the National Night Out this year. Happy to do that for you.
I'll sign up first.
Right after me.
Perfect. So just, you know, put me on the list. That's all. But thank you so much for coming out.
And again, I appreciate you guys having me in tonight. I couldn't be more honored to lead this organization. It is a phenomenal organization. We have what I would see is the most professional group of people out here in the community doing a fantastic job. Everybody wants to be here. Everybody's excited to be here, and community service is important to us. And again, as this relationship develops and, you know, we continue to go down the years together, anything you need from us, from the department, and again, we will forward those requests to you if we need anything. So I appreciate it, and I look forward to a long career.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations. All right, we are up to item number 5, public participation in general. If you'd like to participate in public participation and you're in the room, you can come up now and say your name. If you'd like to raise your hand on Zoom, we will get to you. Come on up. Yeah, if you could just state your name and address for the record.
Tori, 225 East Robbins Avenue, Newington, Connecticut. I have a request. I ask for when someone has not resigned from a town committee, they were removed by the political party for unknown reasons, could timely notification be made to that individual so we can avoid what happened to me on March 28th. I was given all the stuff to attend the town's Emergency Medical Services Committee meeting, right up an hour to the meeting. I walked in and a political opportunist informed me that I had been replaced apparently on March 26th. No notification was made to me. I did not resign. This was not told to me. In addition, the political opportunist who replaced me has made an allegation that I was in some way a spy or an agent for the company of American Medical Response. I'm setting the record straight. I last worked for American Medical Response in 2010 in their communications division. I worked in the Hartford and Waterbury divisions, but I've also worked at Professional Ambulance, Aetna Ambulance, Newington Voluntary Ambulance, and Newington EMS. The secret is I like running calls in Newington and serving my community. So if that's spying, I'm guilty. I currently work outside of EMS as a transportation coordinator for a humanitarian and disaster organization. And you do now have a dilemma on your town's EMS committee. Newington EMS, by virtue of the fact that town manager Lane removed their quasi-town status years ago, forcing them to become a town contracting agency. You now have 3 members of the board of directors of Newington EMS sitting on your EMS committee. You have their president, their vice president, and a member of an unknown status. How can members of a board of directors of a contracting agency sit on the town committee that oversees their contract and what can be considered their competitor's contract? If it's an appearance of a conflict of an interest, if not an outright conflict of interest. 3 members thinking all the same. What would happen if they had to make a negative judgment against Newington EMS? Their duty as members of the board of directors or their duty as members of the town EMS committee, which way would they go? They haven't had to do that. It is a dilemma for the town, right? 2 of those members, I would look and question their qualifications, because if you look at the charge of the town's EMS committee, you should have people with medical backgrounds, specifically EMS, first thing in the charge. 2 of them, I don't think they've ever run a call. They might have taken a CPR class. I don't know, but it is a dilemma. I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, sir. I didn't catch your first or last name, sir. Would you mind?
Glenn, Tori?
Thank you, Glenn.
Yep.
Anybody on the line?
Yeah, we do have one online. We'll go back and forth so that we get there. Sorry about that. Yeah, you can come up.
You can see it anyway.
Take a seat.
We have one online. We'll go ahead. Ms. Mazzacoli. Go right ahead.
Hi, Sue Mazzacoli, former resident of Newington, Connecticut, but presently a member of the Newington Senior and Disabled Center. And I also belong to 2 other senior centers. As a senior, you're allowed to join as many as you want. You just pay your membership dues. And so, of course, I wanted to stay connected to Newington after living there for 49 years. And, you know, a year and a half ago, I moved. I sold my house and I moved, but I still have many friends and, of course, want to stay connected to all of them. And a great way to do that is through our Newington Senior Center. So I'm calling tonight to say thank you. Thank you to the council for voting unanimously to give $75,000 to the Meals on Wheels and the daily congregate lunches served at the Senior and Disabled Center. I just had to call, I had to say thank you, and I wanted to do that publicly. And I can't tell you how much that means to so many of the people that I am friends with at the center. And of course, thank you to Jamie and to Barbara who also have done a fantastic job in taking care of our seniors. Also, just a quick note, on April 19th, Friday, there's going to be the Kiara McDermott 19th Annual Basketball Classic. And it will be Newington faculty, students, and Newington police officers all playing basketball in memory of Officer McDermott. And it starts at 6:30. You can come and enjoy the games, enjoy the fun of the night. There will be refreshments and raffles and prizes, and I'm hoping to see all of you there that can attend in honor of Kiara McDermott, in memory of Officer Kiara McDermott. Thank you.
Thank
Thank
Ms.
you.
Manipoli. All right, you are up, sir.
Hi, excuse me, hi, Bill McCarthy, 206 Churchill Drive. I'm here to talk about the Mill Pond Park pedestrian bridge. I have the enjoyment of looking at the agendas ahead of time on my nice television, and computer screens at home. And I was a little taken aback by the pictures of the proposed bridges. I realize that we're living in a different era of technology, but it didn't feel as though any of those pictures, the three pictures that were included in tonight's agenda, showed something that I would appreciate as a Newington resident to be walking across or to be looking at. I don't go to the pond that often, so I stopped by and looked at it this evening before the meeting, and it looked fine. I don't know how best to say that. It's not like it's in disrepair. It's not like it's something that needs attention immediately. And I think that probably it would be better if we're going to be doing something with the Mill Pond area in general, sometime in the far future, that might be something that would be more appropriate to wait for that. I realize that we have, what is it called? The Small Town Economic Assistance Program Award. I'm not sure what initiated that in the first place. What did somebody say? Well, the bridge is getting in disrepair. We need a new bridge or something like that. That part of the story, I don't know. I do know that I've listened to the town planning and zoning people and the conservation people, and we're talking about a process that isn't going to happen like within the next week or two or something like that. We're talking about months-long, if not years-long process to get a bridge replaced, if the bridge even needs to be replaced in the first place. So I guess that's my concern. I was just a little shocked at the pictures that were included in tonight's agenda. Thanks.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Anybody else in the room or over Zoom like to speak? Come on up.
Hello,
You know,
Dan and Chuandy, 653 Main Street. How's everybody doing?
very good.
I am a member of the EMS committee. Hopefully not one of the three Glenn was talking about. I just wanted to thank Mr. Torrey for his service. I've known him for over 25 years. We've worked together on ambulances, for Homeland Security. We've done a lot together. He's a brother. We've been on many calls down the Berlin Turnpike, working for the ambulance. So I just wanted to personally thank him. And that's really it. That's all I got. Thank you, Glenn.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Anybody else in the room or over Zoom that would like to participate in public participation? Seeing none, we will move on to item 6, remarks by councilors on public participation. Anybody have any thoughts? Councilor Kenyakas.
Hey there, two residents spoke about the EMS department.
I did meet with our EMS chief last Friday. I heard concerns that he had about the department and in the future it's going to. I plan to meet with them again. I plan to meet with him with the town manager. So I'm aware that there might be some roadblocks or, the pathway of our EMS department might be going the wrong direction. So we are trying to get ahead of that and be proactive in that sense.
No, we have a bigger fight coming. It's coming from Hartford Health.
Counselor Page.
Thanks, Mayor. Just a couple comments. Thanks, Ms. Mezzacoli, for your comments. I think we're going to hear a little bit more possibly tonight about the status of that money from Meals on Wheels. It's kind of a fluid situation, it seems. And also, Mr. McCarthy, thanks for your comments about the bridge. I know we got your email as well. And I too, in looking at the pictures when I received it online, just want to make sure painting wise or aesthetically, we can make it look as New Englandy as possible. So I'm sure we're going to hear more about that. So thanks for your comments. And thank you for your service to NEMS. We appreciate you.
Counselor Floyd.
Thank you, Mayor. Just again, to Mr. McCarthy's points, I agree. I looked at the pictures like Councilor Page said, and was a little taken back having walked on that bridge so many times and doing it almost every single weekend. It's quite different from what is there. So I agree with you, and I know that our town departments and the incredible staff that we have identify those needs and identify when they should go out for grant funding. And so they certainly identify that there was a need there security wise for replacing the bridge. So I defer to their judgment, but certainly aesthetic wise, I agree with your concerns, and we can certainly continue to massage them and make sure that we maintain the character of that beautiful space. So thank you.
Counselor Draco.
It's nice to finally put a face with a name, Mr. McCarthy. And on both of you on the ends. First of all, Mr. Torrey, I agree in terms of notification of people and commissions, whatever, I agree. You're not the first person I've heard about is that all of a sudden somebody shows up at a meeting and they realize that they're not, their term expired or they've been replaced by de facto. And, I'm saying it right out loud. I mean, I think from my party's perspective, I don't think necessarily we've always done the best job we can. And that's something I'm going to bring up and, it's just courtesy. It's just courtesy. And hopefully make sure that that doesn't situation that you encountered won't be encountered by other people. And I'll bring it to our party chairperson. And Mr. McCarthy too. I remember when they started talking about the bridge, one of the first things I think many of us said is that I think we were somewhat assured that it wasn't really going to change that much in terms of character. And when this is the first time I think we all saw pictures, and I was going to ask some questions tonight, but I'm glad that a member of the public actually came forward and indicated that other people are looking at this. So we certainly will see if maybe what can be done, anything can be done, or maybe these are just bad pictures. I don't know, but thank you for speaking up on this, because that is such a treasure. Regardless of what's around, the other buildings, whatever that falls with that bridge, Newington, that's our symbol. And we want to keep it looking as much in character as we can. So thank you.
Counselor Floyd.
Thank you. I'll just add, not to belabor, but on Councilor Draco's points, I mean, I want to emphasize that we're so grateful for the state money that we received from our legislative delegation to ensure that we can maintain the safety of that bridge, because of course that's paramount. But certainly now that the money's in our wheelhouse, it's our responsibility to manage the aesthetics and make certain that it jives with our perspective of that space. So I agree with you 100%.
Thank you, Counselor. Any other remarks? All right, seeing none. So we are going to move on to consideration of old business. As you can see, the first item on there is budget adjustments. We are going to be making some changes to the budget. So as is typical, we are going to, I would entertain a motion for a brief recess so that we can caucus with our individual groups and get prepared to make these changes.
So moved.
Go ahead.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Councilor Floyd, second by Deputy Mayor Rada. Any discussion? None, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we are in recess. All right, thank you everyone for your patience and thanks for hanging in there with us. We're moving into consideration of old business, 7A, budget adjustments. You know, we've been working pretty tirelessly over the past month, sort of go through the budget with a fine tooth comb. We've been collaborating with our Board of Ed partners. And what we feel really strongly about, I'm really excited about the changes we're going to propose right now. Because what we feel when this is all said and done, this is really going to be a budget that not just reflects our own individual values, but what we believe are the shared and collective values of our whole community. So we're really excited about the opportunity here and what you're gonna see. And we really wanted to make a point, you know, we've talked about doing this for a while, to try and get the majority of our changes in this week, so the public has a week to really hear it and digest it and think about it and offer any feedback. So we're really looking forward to the next few minutes of we going through this and hearing from your thoughts. So I will turn it over to Majority Leader Mitch Page.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah.
So I'll just start at the top. Our first item 1, is account number 10120, line 8101. We'd like to we propose reducing the full-time wages for the assistant town manager position by $80,000.
Motion on the table.
Second?
Motion by Counselor Page, seconded by Counselor Plord.
And I can just say that, and obviously we'll have discussion as necessary, that the thought there is that we would reduce that by $80,000 and then have further discussion with our town manager and all relevant stakeholders regarding the use of those funds in terms of other town needs, whether it's human resources or it's economic development, and that is yet to be determined.
Thank you, Counselor. Let's open up for discussion. Counselor Mankey.
Yeah, just so I guess I can make the statement, our side has also been working on the budget pretty hard. I have a stack of papers on the side of my desk of different iterations of the budget and different questions to be asked of Janet, and I've pestered her numerous times over the last few weeks, and I've met with her a few times to go over this. It's amazing, I think, that some of our thoughts are alike, and this is one of those that I think we were thinking of a place to make a reduction, because even if the town manager were to come on board by July 1st, for instance, it would take a while for them to get their feet on the ground before they could actually hire an assistant or find out what to do with that position. So I think we're comfortable with this, or at least I'm comfortable. I don't know about these guys, but I'm comfortable with making this reduction, so I would support it.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Bedrejko.
No, again, I just wanted to explain to the public, it's not that the position is being eliminated, it's just that it's the new town manager, whoever they may be, should have say in choosing their staff, and it's certainly not going to be on board for a full 12 months. It's going to be somewhat after July 1st, so which is why the reduction seems appropriate.
Counselor Nagel.
I'd just like to concur with what's been previously said, that replacing someone in that position is not going to happen, no matter how diligent we are with getting a new town manager by time to expend those monies. So it's a positive thing to use it in another manner, or to reduce it and not have it just sitting there and having the taxpayers having to pay out that sum of money.
Okay, any other discussion? Seeing none, do we have a roll call vote?
Counselor Bedrejko,
Yes.
Counselor Gonzalez. Yes. Counselor Mankey,
Yes.
Counselor Nagel,
Yes.
Counselor Page,
Yes.
Counselor Plord,
Yes.
Counselor Rada,
Yes,
Counselor Tiniakos,
Yes.
Mayor Trister.
Yes,
Motion passes 9-0.
carries unanimously.
Okay, item number 2, account number 10353, line 8220. We are proposing reducing, due to bid results, the waste management number, the allocation for waste management due to lower bid by $35,148.
Motion?
motion,
Mitch made a motion.
Second.
Second, the motion by Counselor Page, second by Deputy Mayor Rada. Any discussion on this?
Yeah, I guess.
Counselor Mankey.
I remember we had a long discussion on garbage on a Saturday. It was exciting. It was exciting. It was exciting.
You loved every minute.
Went with a bad taste in my mouth. But, and I see here you're increasing on another line, the bid results by 94. So the net is, because I remember
Fifty.
this is 58. I remember the bid, it went up by 58,000. So,
One area went up and one area went down.
so this one and that one keeps it 58. Okay. Yep. Then I would support this.
Any other comments? Seeing none, we have a roll call vote?
Did we have a second on that?
Yes,
Oh,
Deputy
okay,
Mayor
thank
Rada,
you.
second.
Counselor Pedrico?
Yes.
Counselor Gonzalez? Yes. Counselor Menke?
Yes.
Counselor Nagel?
Yes.
Counselor Page?
Yes.
Counselor Plord?
Yes.
Counselor Rada?
Yes,
Counselor Tiniakos?
Yes.
Mayor Trister?
Yes.
That is 9-0 in favor.
Okay, thank you.
We're going down to 5, right?
And yep, item 5, account number 10212, line number 8402. We moved to reduce the tech equipment for police patrol. I want to say, so that we're clear, in next week, we're going to work to replace that with ARPA money by $10,000. So we're reducing that budget by 10,000. It will be compensated for with the $10,000 shift from ARPA.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to compensate. I just want to comment on that. It was this is for, specifically for citation printers in police cruisers. So we're removing it from the budget, but we're going to fund it with ARPA dollars instead. Motion by Counselor Page.
Second.
Seconded by Counselor Plord. Discussion, Counselor Menke.
Just, I hate to be a broken wheel, but I'll just jump on all these.
That's fine.
I think it's important. We try to agree when we can.
Yes.
There's not all things we're going to agree on, but when we can, we should agree. And I think this is one of the things we can agree on, as long as it's going to come out of the ARPA money.
Yes.
The ARPA money's there, and I think that it's like, found money. The faster we use it, the better off we're going to be. Because if we care relying on having that pot of money, that's a bad thing, I think, sometimes. So I think I would be supportive of this, as long as it comes out of the ARPA money.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Counselor. Any other discussion? Motion by Counselor Page, seconded by Counselor Plord. Can we have a roll call vote?
Counselor Pedrico?
Yes.
Counselor Gonzalez?
Yes.
Counselor Menke?
Yes.
Counselor Nagel?
Yes.
Counselor Page?
Yes.
Counselor Plord?
Yes.
Counselor Rada?
yes,
Counselor Tiniakos?
Yes.
Mayor Trister?
Yes.
Okay,
Carries unanimously.
great. Item 6, account number 10351, line 8220, increase due to bid results. This is what we were just referring to. And this was, I believe, specific to the condo cost increase by $94,040.
Motion by Counselor Page,
second,
seconded by Deputy Mayor Rada. Any discussion on this? Counselor Menke?
Again, we would agree with that because it's the price. You
Yeah.
can't, there's nothing you can do about it. It's the price of the price.
Very good. All right, we have a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call vote?
Counselor Pedrico?
Yes.
Counselor Gonzalez?
Yes.
Counselor Menke?
Yes.
Counselor Nagel?
Yes.
Counselor Page?
Yes.
Counselor Plord?
Yes.
Counselor Rada?
yes,
Counselor Tiniakos?
Yes.
Mayor Trister?
Yes.
Okay,
Motion
great.
passes.
Item 7, account number 30310, line 88515, reduced from the CIP sidewalk repairs. These are for $75,000. These are, our understanding, are not earmarked dollars. It will not interrupt with the plan to move forward with the very good work being done for sidewalk repairs.
Motion by Counselor Page,
Second.
second by Counselor Gonzalez. Counselor Menke?
This is the one I think I would have trouble agreeing with. I might be amenable to reducing the reduction, but I think it's important that we keep on top of that. I think it too often in the past, we've cut something out and forget to put it back in, and then we get behind the 8 ball of repairing things. So as it stands here, I would not support this at cutting the entire amount out from the fund.
Counselor Draco?
I'm gonna have to agree with that. And it seems, with the CIP, we've been kind of consistent every year, keeping it at that amount. And of course, you really can't earmark it because emergency repairs happen, whatever. And one of the things we've got, actually, when Rob was here talking about the highway department, residents do kind of pride themselves on our sidewalk and street repairs. Although, we are getting a little bit behind in some areas and there's safety and liability issues. So I would prefer to keep it as it was proposed.
Thank you. Counselor Floyd.
Thank you, Mayor. It's just a quick question for you, Janet. I remember our engineer speaking to, in his presentation, I think the figure that he had mentioned was that the request that he had identified would permit his department to repair 3 times as many sidewalks in this budget cycle than the previous one. Can you just speak to the current funds within his department for that purpose and how this supplements that or kind of where he is?
Currently, he has for sidewalk repairs, 282,521 as the balance in CIP. His actual current request going forward was 195,000. So you'd still be putting in, over 100,000.
So
to
there's
that
still a
balance,
substantial.
Close at 300,000,
So the total request is what?
195,000 right now. So we'll be reducing it, just to 73,000, 120.
I guess and that's,
Counselor Nagel.
I would concur that indeed sidewalk repairs are very important, and surprises come up every season in terms of what's needed and what needs to be prepared that we do not know in advance. So as it stands, I would vote no.
Counselor Mankey.
I'm sorry, put my hand back up.
Very good. Counselor Floyd.
Thank you, Mayor. So I guess, Janet, if you could just speak to then, given that the money that the department currently has, I know Chris is discussed pursuing a very aggressive sidewalk repair program. If you can, and it may not be possible, but could you at all speak to the differential there in the amount of sidewalks he could repair given the reduction in 75 as opposed to the previous year?
I know during the Saturday meeting, I can't remember the amount that he said he had planned, to be honest. It was, I
pretty
want to
aggressive
say,
plan.
it was close to 200,000 that he had planned right now to actually, so if he was to do that, that would still leave almost, basically 200,000 for him to go forward with other plans that he doesn't have yet.
Understood.
He is a one-man show right now.
I'm sure.
So I can't speak for him, but I would say from what I've heard, this would probably be sufficient, even if he held some back to wait for repairs.
Great. So then I just want to be clear, because I think we all agree that sidewalk repair is so vitally important. But it seems that given the plans that the department has for sidewalk repair that, as Councilor Mankey mentions, are very aggressive as the way that they were laid out, that this will be sufficient. And we can certainly touch base with Chris, but in your expertise.
I would want to touch base back with Chris just to confirm, but from what I remember him saying, yes.
Okay. Thank you for that, Janet.
Counselor Mankey.
So as long as we're still putting $100,000 in that fund,
120, yep,
hundreds.
yep.
So I guess I could change, I could be persuaded to agree to this, because we're still putting money in there. We're still the balance in there. We're still maybe not being as aggressive as he planned. We're still repairing sidewalks. I think we all agree sidewalks are a quality of life issue, and safety. A good sidewalk is it's a joy, except when you have to shovel it at the winter. But so I guess I could be persuaded to support this.
Counselor Drago.
Janet, you were gonna check with the town engineer. Could we hold off on this?
He's actually on the call right now.
Well,
Oh, yes, he is.
I mean,
If you could.
Is that permitted?
he's,
is he allowed
yes,
to
he
speak?
just said, he's in his office watching this.
Come on,
I suppose I need to come down, guys.
You can just speak from there on high.
Absolutely.
A voice from the heavens.
Well, I don't put myself quite on that perch yet. Yes, we're in previous discussions about this amount, we are okay if we reduce it to some extent, because we do have a balance of money that hadn't been used in the last few years. And I think I can make quite a dent with that money while still helping us trim the CIP a little bit. Now it looks like I'm gonna have some staff here soon. I can really get moving on this
program, but we do have funding in reserve, so we can at least do, I think, $200,000 worth of work and still have somewhat of a seed money for the following season.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Appreciate it.
Jan, sorry you had to cover for me.
Counselor Nagel.
I was thinking when it was suggested and had my hand up at that time is if this could be delayed so I could get more input and from Chris in particular in terms of the reality of monies needed, not and would they not be spent. So I'd be willing to change my mind about this, given what I've just heard.
Thank you very much. Very good. All right, so we had a motion by Counselor Page, second by Counselor Gonzalez. Can we have a roll call vote?
Counselor Draco?
Sorry.
I'm so sorry, Jamie. So I just want to be clear to Counselor Nagel and Counselor Draco's points. Are you in favor of would you prefer, I should ask, to table this for the time being in anticipation of more information? Or I just want to understand your comments a bit better. Is that your question or your comment?
Well, I mean, Chris did, say that, he would. I don't know, I wish we could table just simply so he was kind of put on the spot and said, yeah, he could do it. It might, he's gonna get more staff or whatever. It will leave him with less seed money for next year. And I kind of would like to hear him. I mean, is it really gonna put him in a hole for next year? How much of a hole it's gonna be? If it can just wait a week and maybe if he can just give us some more than a gut.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I'd be amenable to that, yeah.
Okay, thank
I mean,
you.
that's one of the advantages.
You don't have to rush it.
You're good. That's one of the advantages of you folks bringing these ahead of time, because we have a chance to talk about. So I guess I think we're all in agreement, maybe of cutting, but not, maybe the amount is different and then what the end result is. So I think we could.
And again, if Chris can just say projecting ahead, how much is it really gonna impact? Or does he think next year, if it's not gonna have an impact, no problem. But yeah, if you don't mind.
Sure. Counselor Nagel.
That was my thought. I had my hand up.
Okay, that's fine. We can push it off to next week.
Table.
Yeah, okay, perfect. So we're tabling that one.
All right, very good. And then
We
we
need to
may,
vote to table that or we just leave it?
no,
Okay.
and so do we want to just, because this was in the same vein, the CIP, Jan, can you just say what, other than it sounding like a James Bond movie and a British spy agency, what is MS for?
That's the water testing and quality that they were behind on.
Right?
I know Chris did mention that the money that we already had stored up, because we haven't done anything on it in years, was a good amount, and he
Sufficient.
wasn't sure how much extra we would need. So in this area, he definitely can get started and get going on this. And should we find after next year that we need additional money, we could ask for it the year.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that in the spirit of what we just said, if this was going to be a
Why don't we-
controversy.
Table this one and then we can get more information. And I think it's important we get it right.
Cause I know for the.
We did talk
I
to
think
him about it.
we've done our homework, I think.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying you didn't do your homework, right? I'm just saying, I think for the public's point of view too, they'd want to know.
And I guess what I'd like to know too is that I know this MS4 thing, like you said, Counselor Page, is seeing every year, and we've never really gotten started on it. And
We haven't
since
spent any of it.
there's a
Yeah.
compliance issue, I mean, have costs gone up? Have issues gone up? Are we gonna get
We did
penalties?
discuss with Chris what needed to be done. And the preliminary work to get us in compliance, this was enough, but he wouldn't know what we needed until I think he did the testing. But do you want to hear back from me?
Yeah, cause if he's, yeah, it's enough, I can get by, or if he's a little bit,
He actually thought at one point that this would be too much, so.
oh.
but-
Well,
Man of the hour.
Chris. So glad you're here to talk about MS.
Well,
MS4.
If I could,
MS4, the bane of every municipality.
if I could, then perhaps, to the extent we would be interested, perhaps we can also talk about the sidewalk repair too, now that we have
Yeah.
had the source in the
Have the
room
man
to deal with
himself
us.
here.
Thank you.
The one thing I wanted to avoid.
Well, it's so far, well, so, well, to be honest with you, if we had the 9 of us would all avoid this whole topic if we hadn't. Yeah, we would.
So what do we have for balance on that? You said
You
there's,
have 282,521
okay,
right now.
so if I
So
bid out
the-
200,000, that'll have 80,000 in the
Yep,
reserve.
and then
plus
there's
whatever we don't redo.
120, 120,000 would be what they didn't reduce. You'd have about another 200,000.
Or
That would put us in pretty good shape.
That's just for sidewalks.
So yeah, I would think, although I hate to say this in public, that you could reduce my CIP request.
And then the MS4.
MS4.
All right, so the MS4, I may have alluded to this on that Saturday morning when everybody was thinking about something else. It's this
We were
federal
focused
mandate.
on you.
Oh, yes. This federal mandate that comes out of the Clean Water Act. That's the short version of the history of this. And we had been ignoring it here for 6 or so years. And I don't fault my predecessor. It was a decision made by the policy board that because it's an unfunded mandate, they just weren't going to pursue it. And to be fair to them at the time, the state was not paying an awful lot of attention to it either. That's changed. They're now paying attention to it.
We did.
We were audited last August and I was given a very nice polite notice of violation. So we are getting back on track with that. We have hired a contractor to do the water sampling that is required out of the program. That contractor is also going to write the annual report for us because frankly, they do a better job than I do. And along the way, we have some items we have to do known as best management practices, such as reach out to the public with education. When this program first started about 20 years ago, there was a lot of material out there. It was a new trendy thing. There were companies making money selling educational materials and things of that nature. There's still a few around and I've got contacts with a few of them and we'll do things like buy brochures to put in the library. I've already made conversations with them. They're happy to help me out with that. There used to be videos we could run on the community television. I don't know whatever happened to them. The last response I got from DEP is you can try EPA. I just haven't tried to pursue anything with EPA just yet, but we can try that. Try to get it run on the community television program. I'm not even sure what format they're still in. It could be VHS for all I know. But anyway, that's the point of the program is it is a federal mandate and we're trying to get back into compliance with it. And the big items are the water samplings and the annual report.
In this 20 case, you're comfortable with this reduction?
Contractor, I believe, came in at something like 15 to do the water sampling, the lab reports, and the annual report. The rest of it would come out. The rest of the things like the brochures and things won't be that expensive.
You have 125,000 now.
Oh, I do?
Yeah, that's your.
It's Christmas.
So you're in good shape.
Yeah, we'll be okay.
I thought when we spoke.
We'll be okay. If this was the only thing I was thinking about today, I'd be all right
I
too.
know.
But it's not. As John can attest, we were up at the LOB this afternoon dealing with land acquisitions and we've got several grants we're trying to get into the deadline zone. One of them is deadlined on Sunday. Thank you very much for that. So yeah, I'm not always in the same place in my head.
Jamie, I see you have your hand up.
Yes, thank you. Jumping the gun a little bit on my town manager's report for later, but I do want to make sure the council has all the information they need to make a decision. There is some good news in that we have hired an assistant town engineer who's set to start on Monday. So I just want to make sure his name is also Chris. We'll talk more about it later, but I want to make sure with the original Chris that even with the your department size doubling, that you still think the sidewalk money is sufficient for the work you have for the upcoming year?
Well, we'll keep it to that amount. I mean, I suppose if we were to go on a walk around the entire town, we could find more than that. But the other reality of that is once we get this out to bid, if we bid too much, we won't get a contractor. If we bid too little, we won't get a contractor. So 200,000 is about the right size for, say, a late in the season bid to go out. With an idea being a normal season bid would be something I've already got in to the bid pipeline where they're giving me numbers to start construction on April 1st or April 15th, depending on how bad the winter is. And we're past that deadline. So if we bid this in May or June or whatever, we're competing for contractors that already have work. And that means we kind of take what we can get. So if we go too high, we're not gonna have, they're not gonna have enough room in their schedules to allocate the resources to us, so.
Councilor Drago.
Well, I'm just then hopping back into what Jamie said and what you said, that since this is I just for next year, okay, if we cut the budget for you for this year, will you have enough like seed money or in reserves, whatever, so that next year we're not,
We'll have about that,
Same amount.
200,000 or something for
okay,
next
and you're
year.
comfortable?
And I'll be coming back to the trough this time next year to ask for
That is.
that additional funding.
Okay,
So that'll be in the CIP request for next year.
okay.
Kind of like the way we do the roads, you kind of, although sidewalks don't deteriorate quite as quickly as roads do.
Okay, and again, the MSW4, whatever, no, I'm comfortable with that now, but because it's just, again, for the past, several years, we've been hearing about it. And I mean, it is a big deal, it's a federal mandate, but I thought the expenses were a lot more technical and electrical and engineering, but it all sounds like a lot of it is public education and outreach as well. So it should be able to be managed by this, within this budget, that with a reduction.
At least certainly enough to get us into good graces with DEP. They'll be happy to get the report, to be honest with you. And I have had this conversation. They're also understaffed up there. I think that office has a total manpower of 2. So when he gets 169 reports every year,
Are they both named Chris?
Chris Stone and his very young assistant, whose name escapes me now,
That's
he
okay.
was added to his staff this year, so he was a staff of 1 for 20 years.
Okay, thank you.
Not to be confused with the other Chris Stone, who's the legislature, because when they get the wrong emails, they both get mad.
Councilor Menke.
Yeah, I can support both these with those explanations.
Councilor,
Others, still, we have to take one at a time, right?
yeah, that's fine. Councilor Nagel.
Just to clarify, to make certain I've heard what you're saying, you're comfortable with these reductions and that if we left monies in there, you would not be able to spend it given the amount of work that needs to be done and the process. Is that what I'm hearing from you?
I would say that's accurate, yeah.
Okay, that makes me feel more comfortable with decreasing those amounts.
Okay, so we'll go back then to number 7, the sidewalk repairs. Do we have to, you want to read the motion?
Move it
Yeah,
in a second. You did.
We were already
You
second.
did, you didn't, you just need to
All
vote
right,
on
so we
it.
had a motion and a second for the sidewalk repairs. Motion was Councilor Page, seconded was Councilor Gonzalez. Give me a roll call vote on that one.
Counselor Pedrico.
Yes.
Counselor Gonzalez.
Yes.
Counselor Menke.
Yes.
Counselor Nagel.
Yes.
Counselor Page.
Yes.
Counselor Plord.
Yes.
Counselor Rada.
Yes.
Counselor Tiniakos.
Yes.
Mayor Trister.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. And move to number 8, item unit 30310, line
No.
88,
Oh, yeah, okay.
line 88937, reduce the CIP for MS4, which we just discussed, by $20,000.
Second. Motion by Councilor Page, seconded by Councilor Plord. Any other discussion? Seeing none, can we have a roll call vote?
Counselor Pedrico.
Yes.
Counselor Gonzalez.
Yes.
Counselor Menke.
Yes.
Counselor Nagel.
Yes.
Counselor Page.
Yes.
Counselor Plord.
Yes.
Counselor Rada.
Yes.
Counselor Tiniakos.
Yes.
And Mayor Trister.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Very good.
So you come back for bridges.
Thank you. Chris.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you so
very
much,
much.
guys. Appreciate it. Lucky you were here.
Yes.
You would have been here next week.
Yeah.
This week or next week. You didn't want to be there.
That's how it goes.
See you later. All right, peace. So, item number 9, and that would be account number 30120, line 88229. We move to reduce the CIP downtown beautification by $25,000. And as we've been informed that there's sufficient money to continue town beautification, we support town beautification, but it seems that it's unnecessary given the pace of work that's being done to make our town keep it as beautiful as it indeed is.
Motion by Counselor Page,
Second.
seconded by Counselor Gonzalez. Counselor Menke.
This is one of the ones we identified also as being able to be cut. It's like a low hanging fruit. It's easy to cut these things because, you know, so I would be in a agreement with this.
Okay. Any other discussion? All right, motion by Counselor Page, seconded by Counselor Gonzalez. Can we have a roll call vote?
Counselor Pedrico?
Yes.
Counselor Gonzalez?
Yes.
Counselor Menke?
Yes.
Counselor Nagel?
Yes.
Counselor Page?
Yes.
Counselor Plord?
Yes.
Counselor Rada?
Yes.
Counselor Tiniakos?
Yes.
Mayor Trister?
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. All right, we're up to 10.
Thank you. Item 10, account number 31110, line 88908. We moved to reduce the CIP historical properties fund by $10,000. We indeed appreciate and support all the work that's been done and continues to be done to maintain and keep beautiful our historic properties. We've been informed that there's sufficient funds to do so, and this $10,000 is not earmarked for this year.
Motion by Counselor Page, seconded by Deputy Mayor Rada. Counselor Menke.
This is one of those, I guess it's a principle for me. It's not the amount, but the fact that we keep it on our budget, because I think it's important. We maintain our historical properties. Because we only have so many of them. We don't have as many, you know, as other towns are. So I guess I would be, it's for that, it's $10,000. I get it. But I think it's the principal thing. It's just like the money we put into open space. It's a principal thing. This is the holder. So I guess I would not support this. I think in that fund, just because when there is a time the historical property needs a new roof or a new whatever, it's going to be expensive, and we're going to have to get the money from someplace. So I would think we should keep the money there.
Counselor Pedrico.
Yes, I've been a big, somewhat vocal about the fact that historically we've ignored our historic properties. And the past couple of years, we started to pay a little bit more attention, but quite frankly, I mean, I've visited a couple of our historic properties this year. And there are things internally, little things that, you know, those windows, doors, whatever, little enhancements, whatever, that I look around and said, you know, gosh, you know, it'd be nice if there was a little repair here, a little repair there. So I still think that there needs to be some kind of little bit of, maybe not major repairs, but and it's just, they're not looked at enough. They're not, I think, you know, the 50,000 that we have allocated to them, which has not been allocated for a long time. I think uses, maybe there's nothing earmarked now, but I think if somebody looked hard enough, they can find some use for that and really improve some of the properties. So I'd be hesitant to cut at this point.
Thank you. Counselor Nagel.
Having served on the Historical Society board in one capacity or another, and still do for the last 20 years, I know the ups and downs of the fragility of those sites and other sites, and that indeed those funds, although it may seem a small amount in terms of the larger budget, are necessary just in case something does happen, and things do happen to older buildings, and it is the town's responsibility to address them, and not the historical societies. And I've known historically, off and on over the years, there have been attempts to get the historical society to pay for things that really the town should do. I'm not saying that's happening at the present. We're very pleased with what the town's doing at the time, at the present time, and also it's up on my, from an emotional level or a moral level, I feel that funds should be there just in case to preserve this asset. I could say the same for preserving open space and other things, but this particularly has a rings very clearly with me not only as a counselor, but also from serving in relationship to those historical buildings as well as others outside of town and in the past. I would not be supporting this.
Deputy Mayor Rada.
Yes, and I certainly support our historic properties and preserving and celebrating our town history. My question is, could you tell us what the amount is now that we have in that CIP for historical properties?
Currently in CIP, for historical properties upgrades is 95,986,000.
Okay, and that would be minus the 10,000.
No.
That would be,
That would
then
be,
the request
Stay there.
currently is 50,000.
So it'd be
You'd be reducing it to 40.
okay,
Any other questions?
No.
Deputy Mayor Rada. Counselor Tiniakis.
Yeah, I tried to find the book really quick. Can you, and I'm kicking myself for not having mine. Do you know how much they actually used last year out of that fund?
I don't think it was a great amount because I think we started doing 50,000 every year. We've been doing it for the last couple of years. 2 seconds. Connection down here makes this run a little bit slow for me.
We're here all night, so take your time.
At all. Where else we go on a Tuesday night?
Looks like the first year we had it was fiscal year 2022, and we spent 14,200. And then last year we spent 30,399. And so far this year, we do have an encumbrance for 9,415, but we haven't spent it.
So my thought on that is that outside of that 1 year, they really don't get close to the 50K that we offer them. And with the addition of the 40K that they'll have now, I don't think taking 1/5 of their request out is too egregious. They wanted to do repairs, which I think they should. I think our historical landmarks should definitely be well kept, but I think that they should use the funds that they have now. In that way, we could at least allocate a small portion of what they requested to other portions of the budget. My thoughts.
Counselor. Counselor Gonzalez.
Deputy Rada and Counselor Tinakis asked my questions, but thank you for the answers. And I do fully support, the historical in town, the historical buildings and everything in town. But I think that there's enough money in there right now where it's not going to put anything in jeopardy. Thank you.
Counselor Menke.
Yeah, I don't think we should look at what they've spent to date. I think we should look at what the needs are. I think if you walked around any of those houses, you could probably find some way to spend this much and more. I mean, certainly all of our homes, if you walked around, there's things we'd like to repair in our homes, but we just don't have the funds for it. So just because it hasn't been spent doesn't mean it's there. As I recall, just either last year or 2 years ago, we put a whole new roof on the Caligetti house, which I think probably cost a lot of money, which could have come out of this fund. Just because we took it out of another fund doesn't mean that need wasn't there. And so those needs are still there. I think that you probably could find to spend that much and more. So I don't think you can really base on what we've already spent. I think you have to base on what the need is. And I think the need is probably there. We just haven't identified, or someone hasn't identified it.
Counselor Floyd.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of things. respect and appreciate the comments made sincerely about our historic properties. And I think we all are very cognizant of the need to keep our historic properties, our landmarks, our assets safe, secure, and beautiful for generations to enjoy. And I know to this end, Deputy Mayor Rada and myself, the mayor and Councilor Bedrejko, that in the work that has happened to some small extent in this arts working group, we have talked a lot about historic preservation. It's been a real focal point to a large extent of those discussions and how we can diversify revenue streams for that purpose, whether it's federal dollars or state dollars. And so I think that exploration continues nonetheless, and certainly could help us identify and then tend to a lot of the needs that we do see. Just as far as this request goes specifically, so I mean, it seems to me that, and I agree that there is a certain contingency that should be built in the event that there is a roof or some other surprise repair, a tree falls or something, God knows that can happen. And it seems to me that going from a 95,000, 96,000 roughly CIP currently, $40,000 on top of that is a significant contingency. That is a good chunk of dollars for that purpose, particularly given the previous usage, though I agree the emergency expenses should be top of mind. Janet, just a quick question for you. As far as those needs that Councilor, I'll hold. We don't want you to die on us. We don't. As far as those needs that Councilor Menke spoke to, can you speak to the needs that were identified in this request, if there were any specific ones identified, or was this just,
I think this was just ongoing. I
the
don't
ongoing
remember.
amount?
I don't know, Jamie, you remember that there anything specific that was tagged for this?
No.
50,000.
I don't believe so.
Thank you. I just say again, I think that there is still quite a lot of contingency there that our historic properties ought to have all of the funds that they need to maintain their parcels and their landmarks, and that there is still an increase here represented even with this small modification in that number. So I'm certainly supportive of it, given all of that. And on top of it, doubly supportive, given that we are very ripe to search for and receive other revenue streams to that end when it comes to our historic properties, which are very important. So thank you.
Councilor Floyd, Councilor Tiniakis.
Yeah, and then I could totally understand that there's probably needs that they could probably spend double the amount of money that they have now, to be honest, on the repairs. It's just hard for me to stand by and support the full request when there's no explicit game plan. If they're not going to come to us with plans and give us some sort of directive or pathway on what they plan to do with the money, then it's hard for me to fully support that. And just going off of what Councilor Plord just said, it's not like they don't have a good chunk of change already there. So, if they were to come to one of our meetings or reach out to us and say, hey, we have planned to do X, Y, and Z with this amount of funding, then it would totally make sense. And giving them the full thing would be fine, but we don't have that. And it's hard, we're going off of an assumption really that there's work to be done when, we're talking about the town's budget. So I don't want to make any kind of decision based off an assumption that we're going to make when it affects, the 30,000 people down.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Bedrejko.
Yeah, I'm gonna again have to just say that I don't support this cut. First, a couple reasons. Actually, there are historic properties in this town that we can't even use. We can't even walk through the door because they have not been maintained. They're falling apart because of our long history of ignoring the needs of these properties, which is why a few years ago we put in a seed money. Basically, this was money allocated for the historical properties. We can't even use the barn at Deming Young Farm. There are other buildings that have repairs that need to be made. So I don't think I think it's been appalling the fact that we even, quite frankly, historic property could be firehouse if we wanted to. I mean, there's just, that might not be earmarked, but we do have properties that we can't even walk into, number one. And number two, 2026 is coming up very rapidly. That's the, what is it, the Susquequintential or whatever,
Yeah.
Johnson, whatever,
what is it?
something tennial.
Sesquicentennial. I've got to believe that as a town, we're gonna want to make some showcase some of our historic properties. Maybe we're gonna wanna do landscaping, or maybe we're gonna wanna do some kind of repairs. Maybe we're gonna wanna do some kind of enhancements. This is gonna be, and, and in 2026, we don't wanna say, all of a sudden, well, we can't participate or we don't have the funds. I mean, let's start sprucing it up for that important celebration and anniversary, which I think we have a few properties in town that we could possibly showcase. So I'm not in favor of cutting. That's.
Councilor Tiniakis.
Yeah, honestly, this is beyond the budget at this point. Who is in charge of upkeeping the historic properties and pushing these initiatives forward? Yeah, I don't know. Jamie might know, or
Someone
someone.
would be our facilities director, but do an inspection and see what needs to get done and what needs to get repaired and.
So to that point, we should probably make it a motion to put pressure on them to start.
Well, that's, yeah, I don't think that's, I don't think that's a motion appropriate now. We can put it.
Oh, no, I'm just talking to you guys. Yeah, I'm
Maybe
speaking.
an agenda item would be
Yeah.
a review of our historical properties. Just so we all know which ones they are and what the conditions are, but that's out of the scope of this discussion.
Yeah.
I think I know this is,
I think
we should.
vote.
Under the historical properties come under the umbrella of the Historical Society. The town is responsible for the exteriors of the houses and own the houses. The Historical Society is responsible for the interior and specifically the upkeep of the museums and the other rooms themselves. And to add to the importance of having a fund here, if you want to preserve something that's of historical value, it isn't like, let's just slap a coat of paint on the outside of our house. There are many specific things that need to be done in order to preserve the historical value of it, or if it's on a landmark, federal landmark, you violate those things, you destroy the quality of it being a landmark place, like putting vinyl siding on a house that's of historical significance devalues the value of that and the historical significance of it, which some people may not care about, but I do think we value many cultural things and many historic buildings in town. And I think that we should continue to preserve that. And when a unforeseen problem occurs in terms of fixing of something physical, it isn't just the simple, and it's not cheap necessarily to construct in the conventional way. There are unique things that need to be done that you can't just go out and get a carpenter and fix it. I'm not hoping that things happen. I do know there's Boeing walls in one of our historical buildings that need to be addressed at one time. And when that becomes critical and becomes to the point that you need to do it, money needs to be there, and we may have to fork over a lot more than just whatever amount is there at the moment. I know it's $10,000 in the world of whatever. It doesn't seem like much, but we do need to preserve that so that we can maintain facilities in town that are of historical value. So I still wouldn't support reducing this.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Mackey.
I thought maybe we should just, I think we've all had ours. I don't, Councilor Rada, I'm Deputy Mayor Rada, you certainly can speak. I didn't see your work, but I think we should just move ahead and vote. I think we're going to change anybody's mind, but I'll yield to you.
My question was, and I don't know whether we do this prior to a vote, which would mean tabling this, or at some point in the future, but I would be very interested, and I think it would behoove us, especially if we're moving forward with the Arts and Culture District and some of the ideas that we have, to have a roster of historic buildings, which ones have been designated as landmark buildings? Because I know there are specific designations federally and probably through the state as well. I would like to know which ones they are, what we're working with and where they are. I think that would be quite important.
Inventory of the.
Absolutely.
I would agree, and I think it would be
The
also.
State
important-
Historical Society has a list. It may not be complete, but they have a list. You go to this Connecticut Historical Society. And a
And-
website.
No, and apart from Historical Society, maybe to check with I don't know if our facilities director also has some of that information or not. I'm putting it out there.
He would have the information regarding the ones that we own. Yes.
Right.
Councilor Mackey?
And again, I agree. I think this is something for another discussion. For this discussion, it's obvious you aren't changing our minds. We aren't changing your minds. So we'll just vote on it. I think that we could hash around all day, but it's, we don't have to agree on everything. That's okay. We can still be friends.
No, we have to.
We could, but it's probably unlikely, but I see where you're trying to get here. I get the rationale. I just, I don't think I would support it, but I get your rationale.
Thank you.
I'll just, not to belabor, but to the extent that it's not a mammoth task within a week to identify some needs as to what that 50,000 request and potentially 40 could tend to, is that something that we could receive within a week's time or so? Or is that completely beyond the pale? This is a longer discussion and that's acceptable too. I'm just asking.
We can ask the facilities director for some info.
I don't know if he's gonna be able to do
Well,
a full assessment within a week.
right.
And again, I think the fact that this didn't come in as a need from a department, it was set up as a funding for things that have been ignored. So we're not gonna get in a week, okay, yeah, no, we need this 50,000 for this particular thing. It's just as things come up. So, I mean, I just, yeah. No, it's a good question, but again, it didn't come as a request. It's a progressive thing every year. We want to make sure that barns don't fall down anymore, or roofs don't leak anymore, or the floors don't cave in anymore.
Yeah, I'll just offer, the reason, our focus in this budget has been, to come back to what we're doing here is budgeting, is to really weigh the needs of each department and the needs of each request versus with consideration for the taxpayers. So we wanted we wanted to find areas where we could make some adjustments. And as you just noted, Councilor Draco, this is an initiative that was set up in the last couple of years, and it's reasonable that I think it's reasonable to assess what's been utilized from it and how much has been done. And I'm comfortable with this reduction and moving forward with this tonight. So I think that's fair if we vote. Good. All right, motion by Councilor Page,
Second.
seconded by Deputy Mayor Rada. We have a roll call vote?
Counselor Bedrejko?
No.
Counselor Gonzalez?
Yes.
Counselor Menke?
No.
Counselor Nagel?
No.
Counselor Page?
Yes.
Counselor Plord?
Yes.
Counselor Rada?
Yes.
Counselor Tiniakos?
Yes.
Mayor Trister?
Yes.
The motion passes 6-3.
Okay, moving on to item 11, and that's account number 10218, line 8220, increasing other contractual police. And that is my understanding for an emotional support dog at the high school for $2,000.
For the school resource officer.
For the school resource.
Motion by Councilor Page,
Second.
seconded by Councilor Gonzalez. Councilor Menke.
Who doesn't like dogs?
I have two, so I would have 3 or 4.
I would certainly support, it's $2,000. I'd certainly support $2,000 in a budget of $1 million and $1 million. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's a dog.
Yeah, well, and to that
Probably
point,
bite me if I voted no.
I actually saw a presentation for this, our school resource officer Bougie, presented back in, it was right around Thanksgiving, so it was right around, I don't remember what time it was. But, they indicated it was a small line item budget. But they also pointed out that this would be something that we could look at, we could fundraise for this. I mean, $2,000, like you said, who doesn't like dogs? I can't imagine we can fundraise for this to support this as we move forward. So yeah, I think this is a great initiative. Counselor Page?
Yeah, I would just add, that the officer is a bougie, who, when I saw him at the, career fair at the high schools, we spent a few minutes talking and I've heard from folks that I work with in my profession, as well as people in the community and this officer about the therapeutic value, to, the students at the high school and how it has worked successfully to de-escalate situations, to help people who are going through a difficult time of any variety. And it's a great bridge between the officer. For some folks, an officer is intimidating or can be scary or tough to connect with. And the officer Bougie couldn't have gone, said any better about the bridge that makes for the police dog or the therapeutic support dog, the sweet pup that he works with and the kids. So yeah, I think it's great.
Thank you. Counselor Nagel?
I would not be let back in the house by my two dogs if I did. They'd find out. They are my support dogs. One caveat, perhaps we could borrow this support dog if this goes on to use at council meetings.
We'll ask.
Okay. So I'm in favor of this.
Counselor Gonzalez?
A lot of you have already, said what I was feeling, but I think this is an amazing opportunity, not just to have the high school, but Officer Bougie is amazing. I've spoken to him about this. It could go to the senior center. The dog could go to events in the public. There's so many opportunities for this emotional support dog to be used. I think it's amazing. And mental health is definitely an issue, and this is great.
I will point out that Counselor Gonzalez has been our champion on this, pushing for this, so we're really appreciative of you bringing this to us and getting this done for us. So we have a motion by Counselor Cole, seconded by Counselor Gonzalez. I'll give a roll call vote.
Counselor Patrico?
Yes.
Counselor Gonzalez?
Yes.
Counselor Mackey?
Yes.
Counselor Nagel?
Yes.
Counselor Page?
Yes.
Counselor Plord?
Resounding yes.
Counselor Rada?
Yes.
Counselor Tiniakos?
Yes.
Mayor Trister?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thought about barking, but
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. That was a missed opportunity. Jeez.
trying to be professional.
Next time.
And that would have made Facebook.
Yeah.
I can see it.
I can see that now.
Yeah, it's too good.
Item
Oh,
number
boy.
12.
Yep.
Account number 10715, line number 8101, to increase the salaries for the library. The idea here, and this is 32,195, and I know when I met with folks, the minority party, we'll have some discussion about this. Our thought was we want to work towards getting back to pre-COVID levels of staffing here. We obviously so value our library and there's tremendous services on every level they provide our community. And so the goal is to provide this money so that there can be a hiring done for this staff person January 1st. And then the other half, which it may be slightly more, and we can discuss that because I think we might have undercounted some of the benefit piece there, can be provided in the next budget cycle. So that's all right.
Thank you, Counselor Page. Motion by Counselor Page.
Second.
Tim,
Seconded by Counselor Floyd. Yep. Counselor Mackey.
Counselor Page and I, we're gonna do a road show. This is something my caucus has struggled with. We've looked at on a number of different times, and while I'm not opposed to it, I think it's important to know that once we fill a position, we have to then continue that position on and on. So it also affects next year's budget and the budget after that, and the budget after that. But you folks know that, so I get that. I think we, like you said, I think we've undercounted the cost because there's also fringe insurance and retirement, I believe, in there. So I think we could do it a couple of ways. Is just add that to this number whenever Janet tells me what that number would be.
It would be different lines. So you would
Okay.
add the
Bless you.
percentage and the benefits and the taxes to the.
On this line, okay.
So if you wanted to, I could give you those figures for the next meeting.
Okay.
We maybe table this whole, I think should look at it in totality, the salary increase. I like the idea of starting it in halfway the year, because that way it they can plan for it. They have time to find somebody to fit that. So I'm okay with that. We think we should have all the numbers. So I would maybe propose we just table this one because we were looking at the same one. I think it's, you know, it certainly making the
I do
library full
have to
staff.
tell you that I did look at for the taxes and I looked at the taxes where we budgeted. We have enough room in there to handle for this, for that and for the insurance. The only area that we sometimes run tight in is the pension number. And I can give you that one right now because it's 9% of the salary. And then I can also give you an expense line if you wanted to do it.
We can do this right now. I'm okay with doing it right now. We just had.
I'm fine with doing it
We have the
right now
numbers.
too. Yeah, if you got it.
For the pension, it would be $2,898.
So do we just add that into the
I
32?
would give
Oh,
you
the separate line.
The separate line, yeah.
line for that.
So we're okay with that.
Thank God you're here, Chief.
Thank you. While you're looking for that, I just wanted to make one comment in our thinking for this too is, you know, we understand this is a position that was at one time we had, but was reduced during COVID. And I think one of the things we've been looking at is really trying to return us back to kind of, you know, COVID being over and doing those things that like they were prior to COVID. So that was really kind of our thinking there. And again, it's something we can't, we have to ease into. So that's why we have
Yeah,
funded.
it's not a new position, it's just
No,
an
right.
unfunded position.
You can go ahead with the line you have because the other one's gonna be a separate.
Right, a separate line. Right,
Okay, so we'll do this one and then we'll do the next one.
And that, the 32,195 is,
The salary,
That's a half year salary.
that's a
right?
half, so your salary,
okay, is that salary, fringe?
that's not,
That's
that's
not-
just
We'll
the
do another
salary.
line for the
So
fringe.
we'll do the other line for the amount for the pension that we have, that's in a separate expense line. So
Okay.
once you finish with this one, I'll give you the expense line for that one.
Okay,
And the amount was the 2,898.
got it.
And the amount for the taxes,
We're okay
taxes,
on the
we're okay with
taxes.
those. So we don't have to add those. Okay.
Because it's between social security and Medicare, it's two separate lines.
Yeah, okay.
So the amount for this, we should
So
be
we're
able to
okay,
come.
okay.
up.
Okay.
Very good. So we had a motion by Counselor Page.
Seconded by Counselor Floyd.
And if I may, Mayor, I would like to respectfully rescind my second and give it over to our resident champion of the library, Deputy Mayor Rada.
Well,
I jumped on the gun.
we have a few champions here.
We do, certainly do. But if you're,
So then-
If you're amenable to that.
amenable to
I
that.
am fine with that.
So
I have no voice.
second by Deputy Mayor Rada.
I just said it, so you
There you
can
go.
have
Very
Thank
good. Tim, you have your hand up. Are you good?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I did have my hand up. I didn't take it down.
Okay, very good. I'll give a roll call vote on this.
This is a line item for the salary, correct?
Yes,
Am I sure
line
I'm
item for
right?
salaries, yes.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Pedreco?
Yes.
Counselor Gonzalez? Yes. Counselor Menke?
Yes.
Counselor Nagel?
Yes.
Counselor Page?
Yes.
Counselor Plord?
Yes.
Counselor Rada?
Yes.
Counselor Tiniakos?
Yes.
Mayor Trister?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay,
So
so
then
do you want to
what-
do this next one?
Yeah, she would all once. Just with
So
all.
let me give you the next expense
Sorry.
line.
No, no,
The
no.
expense line you're gonna have is 10943 8220.
Okay, thank you. So the next item is 10943 is the account number and the line is 8220, and that would be for the benefits
Pension,
pension.
Retirement.
In the amount of $2,898. Move to add that.
Second.
Motion by Counselor Page, second by Deputy Mayor Rada. Any other- no? Roll call vote on that?
Counselor Pedreco?
Yes.
Counselor Gonzalez?
Yes.
Counselor Menke?
Yes.
Counselor Nagel?
Yes.
Counselor Page?
Yes.
Counselor Plord?
Yes.
Counselor Rada?
Yes.
Counselor Tiniakos?
Yes.
Mayor Trister?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, great. Moving along to what I had on my sheet is item 13.
Can I just,
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Janet, when we asked you about the library tech position, you also gave us a number for taxes and the
And I looked at the
HSA.
taxes, when I was just telling, I looked at the taxes, what we had budgeted, and we're good on those lines.
So
Oh,
those
oh,
percent
okay.
increases.
And the
We looked at
HSA
those
as well?
lines just to
Okay.
make sure we were good.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Good.
Okay, so that's, the next item is 13-30900 is the account number, and it's line 88625. We move to reduce the CIP for the Board of Education school buses by $598,021.
Motion by Counselor Page,
Second.
seconded by Counselor Plord. Any discussion on this?
Yeah, I just make the comment.
Counselor Maggie?
I appreciate your side working with the Board of Ed and the Superintendent's Office. I assume this would mean there'd be no teacher layoffs and we would have that guarantee. And I know we all know this, but I think it's important to state it anyway. What we're doing here, I'm not opposed, I'm in favor of it. Except that just remember that it increases that ask for next year. So now if we had trouble meeting that this year, we're going to have trouble meeting it next year. So I just want to state that just so we all know that. I know that's probably common knowledge along this table and probably common knowledge with some people out there, but not everybody. But I appreciate your side working with your representatives on the board and the Superintendent's office to get this done.
A motion and a second. Can we have a roll call vote on this?
Counselor Bedrejko?
Yes.
Counselor Gonzalez?
Yes.
Counselor Menke?
Yes.
Counselor Nagel?
Yes.
Counselor Page?
Yes.
Counselor Plord?
Yes.
Counselor Rada?
Yes.
Counselor Tiniakos?
Yes.
Mayor Trister?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
And moving on to item number 14, account number 30900. Line is 88730. We move to reduce the CIP for the Board of Education for the HVAC by $500,000.
Second. Motion by Counselor Page, seconded by Counselor Plord. Discussion on this? Good to go. All right. Roll call vote on this?
Counselor Bedrejko?
Yes.
Counselor Gonzalez?
Yes.
Counselor Menke?
Yes.
Counselor Nagel?
Yes.
Counselor Page?
Yes.
Counselor Plord?
Yes.
Counselor Rada?
Yes.
Counselor Tiniakos?
Yes.
Mayor Trister?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
And moving on to item number 15, I don't see,
There is a.
thank you. I just,
No, you're not missing it.
all right, we're increasing use of our fund balance from the town by $500,000.
Second.
Motion by Counselor Page, seconded by Deputy Mayor Rada. Counselor Menke?
Again, what's our ask for the fund balance?
Currently.
2.5 million?
0.8.
0.8, yeah. Again, I understand what we're trying to do here and I appreciate the fact that we're trying to keep taxes low and meet all of our needs. I guess I just, on principle's sake, and for my upbringing, my strict parents, I hate to take money out of our savings account to pay for current expenses. I think that's a bad precedent. I hate it when my side does it. I hate it when your side does it. I hate it when I have to do it at home. So I would, on principle, I would vote no, because I don't like taking more money out of our fund balance to fund current needs.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Page?
Thanks, Mayor. This probably is not the time to do this. Maybe we can have the discussion after. From my conversation with you, Janet, a week or so ago, it was maybe during our agenda setting. You were so gracious to put together a spreadsheet detailing over the last 6 or 8 years how we were able to maintain a mill rate at net loss or a negative while still increasing our budget by millions of dollars. And I don't know if you want to comment on that now. I think it did include for many years withdrawing from the general fund. But you can speak to that better than I can.
It has included over several years. It's gone up and down. There's been times when it was 1.5 million. A norm was usually probably between 2 and 2.5 million. Other years when we had COVID times and we knew there was surplus coming back to the general fund, we would up the use. So it's gone back and forth over time.
And did we do that the last 2 budget cycles, previous 2?
Did we?
Take from the general fund on the town side?
Last year it was 3.7 million. That was, I believe, due to the fact that the Board of Ed was returning funds to us. And the year before that, it was 2.9, almost 3 million.
And that was money we took from the general fund?
Right.
And did we have no votes on that? Do we recall? Were there anybody who voted against that?
I have no idea.
Okay.
I couldn't tell you.
Did you vote against it?
I can't remember. Maybe yes, I don't know.
I don't remember. I thought we were unanimous on the budget. So
And again, I understand what we're doing and I'm just saying as a principle, I don't think it's we're taking 3 something out of the general fund. I get it and I get what we're trying to do. And as I said, when my side does it, I don't like it. When your side does it, I don't like it.
Well, you voted for it on your side.
Okay, well, so I voted for it. But.
Okay. I just want to make that on the record.
Yeah, I actually agree. I am not excited about taking money from our savings account, but I also recognize that this has sort of been what we've been doing for the last several years. And I'm happy that even with this additional appropriation, we're still coming in less. And I think the plan would be to continue to wean ourselves off of that. But it is, it's sort of the situation we're in right now. One thing that's sort of not going to get into this, but it's just something of note. This budget that we're talking about right now is based off of figures for our ECS funding that were reduced by about 400,000 based on the governor's initial budget adjustments requests. Now, those requests were voted out of committee last week. It's not official, so we don't know, but it's looking more and more likely that we're going to get an increase of back to the original numbers. So it'd be an additional 400,000, which will offset most of this. So I'm comfortable moving forward with it.
I think it's an additional.
Oh, it's an additional 5.
Sorry,
So
Mayor.
there we go, even better. So yeah, I agree in principle that it's generally not a good idea to just rely on our savings account for these kind of things, but in this instance, and because it's so important to prevent layoffs of our staff in our schools, I'm comfortable going forward with it. Councilor Page?
Were you done?
No, I guess not.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And I don't want to get into an argument, but I'm certainly don't want to lay off any teachers. I'm always kind of appalled. That's where you end up going. We do have these discussions, both when my side is in power, when your side is in power, we get to this point. I appreciate the fact that some of the money may come back, but I also appreciate the fact that my principle is not we're taking some money out of the general fund, and I get that, but we're now taking extra 500 to meet current operating expenses, and that just puts you folks in a hole next year when you have to make the budget because you already took out $500,000. Now you got to make that up somehow. So I just want to make sure we're aware that whatever we do is our starting point for next year.
Very good. Councilor Page?
Thanks, Mary. Janet, could you speak based on accounting principles, what the standard is for relative to our bond rating, what the standard is for that general fund, relative to the entire budget?
There is no standard per se. They look to see if you kind of fluctuate too bad. We've kind of stayed in the same area. They're more looking at, is your fund balance growing? And during the COVID years, yeah, it was growing because we weren't spending all the money. What they really look about more is make sure that you budget appropriately. If you are doing special appropriations during the year just to pay your operating expenses, they do not like that. If you're doing a special appropriation in the year to do some kind of emergency repair to infrastructure something, they're more tolerant of that. That is their big concern when it comes to what you're taking out of fund balance. They don't really focus as much on how much you're using each year to balance it.
And our bond rating right now for Newington is what?
Oh my God.
A++, is it not? Right, and that's based in part on a certain percentage of our fund balance relative to our overall budget.
Correct.
And if you look at best practices, there may not be a written standard, but what are best practices?
It's based on that. It's based on a lot of factors. It's based on the demographics of the town, on how you spread out your tax basis. Is it primary residential? Do you have enough of a mix to sustain some increases across a good group? It's based on prior policies and how you handle your budget. So it's also based on your leadership team, and if they've shown that they're being fiscally responsible.
And our current fund balance after this $500,000 shift will be, if you have that at your fingertips. If you don't,
It's somewhere in the book,
Yeah,
but
it would be
Somewhere in the 20s.
It'd be 20, approximately at the end of the fiscal year, at the beginning of the fiscal year next year, it'd be approximately 25.4 million.
yes,
and that's as a percentage of our budget, roughly.
that's on the bottom of that little.
Right, approximately, well, the 25.9 is the number.
15%.
That would have been 18.1%, so you take 500,000 out of that. It would be 25.4 million, and whatever percentage that works out to be, 17 point something percent.
Okay, and how does that number sit with you, 17% fund balance
It's a good
relative?
number. I worry all the time.
That's your job, right?
So we don't have to.
Yeah, you're asking the wrong person. Yeah.
How much more can we take?
Yeah, but yeah, it's healthy. We do have a healthy fund balance. I just want to make sure so that we don't we keep it that way.
Right, and I'll stop after this and defer, but this is part of our conversation that we've had, and we thank you so much for the ongoing education you've provided us and continue to tonight. That I just heard you say we have a healthy fund balance, and I appreciate that, and I respect your opinion, and
I
I
do believe,
support this.
I do want to say that in the past years, when we've gotten the audit, you've seen a lot, our fund balance growing. I don't think you're really going to see that this year. This has been a tough year.
Thank you.
Counselor Mackey?
Just, I thought I had a healthy fund balance of my own, but something comes up and there it goes. And I certainly, I understand what we're trying to do here. I get it. I'm certainly been sitting here long enough to know what the process is. I don't want to not fund Board of Ed. That's not my point. My point is just on principle. So to make this and keep the kumbaya spirit going here that we had at this point, I'll just abstain from, I'll abstain.
I know. Counselor Draco?
I was actually just this whole discussion about the fund balance and the healthy and whatever. I wish I had a little bit more time to think about it. Is it possible to delay this until next week? This particular line item?
If it comes into the next, we have to delay both of them.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm comfortable.
well, how much, if these cuts are made, or these cuts, if these changes are made to the budget, how much is it gonna increase the Board of Ed's ask from what?
It would, they're asking to 5.95%.
It'll be
It'd be a 5.95% increase.
5.5. Thanks.
5.59?
5.95,
5.9.
just under 6.
We're counting all three. Okay, gotcha.
All right. We had a motion by Counselor Page, it was seconded by Deputy Mayor, seconded by Counselor Floyd. Seconded by Counselor Floyd. Give me a roll call vote.
Counselor Draco,
Yes.
Counselor Gonzalez,
Yes.
Counselor Mankey,
Abstain.
Counselor Nagel,
Abstain.
Counselor Page,
Yes.
Counselor Plord,
Yes.
Counselor Rada,
Yes.
Counselor Tiniakos,
Yes.
Mayor Trister.
Yes.
The motion passes with 7 yeses and 2 abstentions.
Thank you very
Okay,
much.
and the next item 16, and that's account number 14000. Line item 8601 to increase the Board of Education operational budget by $1,598,021.
Motion by Counselor Page,
Second.
seconded by Counselor Gonzalez. Counselor Mackey,
And just so I heard it right, that would give them a increase of 5.59.
5.95.
Sorry. This is my deluxe side. So that's why I need a support dog.
We'll get you one.
He's coming.
Yeah.
Or she.
Thank you.
Very good. Any other discussion on this? Seeing none, we roll call vote?
Just
Oh,
one,
sorry, go ahead.
one other thing. I heard that from the superintendent, we needed 6.8 to.
6.87.
87?
Yep.
So there will be no layoffs with this amount.
Yes, in our discussions, we're comfortable that they're moving forward. Everything should be fine. Yep.
Okay, so have they found other savings?
Yes.
Dr. Brahma, I don't know if you, or
Do you want
Yeah,
if
you
you'd
wanna
like to
come
come
on
up and speak.
Yeah, if you're here.
Well, yeah, I think the public's gonna ask, why
Absolutely.
did you say you needed this, now you need this, and where's the difference coming from?
Component of this is well, I know we're talking the MOU later this evening, but also if the ordinance changes next year, we would then be able to have $400,000 from the board CIP redirected into the operating budget next year. So that's a moving part, but we're counting on it. We're relying on that. And that should close the gap. I'm trying to think of any other pieces. We agreed to lower and match the some of the budgetary increases that the town had in the utilities arena. We matched that, assuming that we'll have similar outcomes, hoping. So those were the two that closed that gap. Aligning with the contract negotiation piece. So those all kind of shifted it to a lower number, along with that hopeful ordinance change. So we're kind of just relying on some of those pieces all coming together.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, motion
you.
and a second. And now you're gonna roll call vote?
Counselor Draco,
Yes.
Counselor Gonzalez,
Yes.
Counselor Menke.
Yes.
Counselor Nagel,
Yes.
Counselor Page.
Yes.
Counselor Plord,
Yes.
Counselor Rada,
Yes.
Counselor Tiniakos,
Yes.
Mayor Trister.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
And item 17, account number 10151, line item 5501, to increase interest income, and that would be $300,000.
A motion by Counselor Page,
Second.
seconded by Counselor Tiniakis. Counselor Menke?
This is the one we were looking at this one also. I think it's, you know, it's one of those things I hope my interest rate goes up. I hope my investments go up, but I think we're being very conservative on the interest rate. But I think as a town, it'd be better to be conservative. I mean, you probably could put this up to, you could put more in this fund, but I think it's critical that we be as not as conservative as possible, but we couch our bets. And I think this would put the total interest at 700,000, I believe.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so I mean, that's,
It's a healthy amount.
yeah, and we, you know,
Knocking on wood, we
yeah.
are over
We're-
5% interest rate we're getting from our investment fund. Yeah.
And we're betting, you know, like we all bet our investments go up and we get panicky when we look at them and they went down, you know, that month. But I think over time, we're hoping that, so I think, yeah, I'm certainly can support this. We were looking at this one ourselves and we were probably a little bit more conservative than you folks are, but I think that's certainly 700,000 is probably reasonable.
Thank you. We had a motion by Counselor Page, and seconded by Counselor Tiniakis. Roll call vote on this?
Counselor Pedrico,
Yes.
Counselor Gonzalez.
Yes.
Counselor Menke,
Yes.
Counselor Nagel,
Yes.
Counselor Page,
Oh, yes.
Counselor Plord,
Yes.
Counselor Rada,
Yes.
Counselor Tiniakos.
Yes.
Mayor Trister.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Counselor Page.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say, and we met and talked about this, that we're also looking at, but we don't have all the data in fully enough to make a more informed and hopefully an intelligent decision about looking at COVID. We're looking at COVID, as I understand it, from our respective departments of public health on the local, state, and federal level have deemed COVID to be an endemic rather than a pandemic, similar to the flu and other serious condition, but maybe not necessarily requiring the cleaning and the involvement that has been undertaken since March of 2020. And so we're trying to gather data to see where the monies that for the last 3 to 4 years have been going to that might be extracted from the budget. We may not have that data between now and the 16th, so it may not be something we can act on, but we are striving to do that more responsibly moving forward.
I'll tell you, a lot of that went through our,
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, but it was listed in some of the line items in the budget ask this year.
for the PD,
Yeah.
Right,
because they still like the flu and stuff. If you're holding somebody in a cell, you
right.
gotta.
And we don't want anybody at risk. We don't want anybody getting sick. So we're,
That and the cleaning of the cruisers.
sure.
They're probably the one department that really had something specific
Okay.
regarding COVID cleaning.
We're also, and I'll just mention these briefly without getting into much detail, but we're looking at the needs of human services. We all recognize the wonderful work they do, the vital work they do for our residents. We're taking into consideration the impact of lack of affordable housing and how the economy has driven some folks into homeless situations, be it living in their cars or couch surfing, et cetera. So we're looking to create a line item, a placeholder for a certain number of dollars in consultations with human services and some folks in the greater Hartford area that manage those resources. Once we're comfortable with that, we'll make a specific proposal for a vote on that. We're also in conversations we had some folks from the emergency medical services here earlier to see how they're faring. We have concerns, both short-term and long-term, about the viability of those services and how we can work with them to support them and what the future looks like relative to response times and ambulance services to take care of all of us. And maybe even looking at sharing those services with contiguous towns, what makes sense. I'm no expert in that, God knows. So we're looking to those experts for their consultation. We're also looking at town attorney fees. As the mayor announced recently, we've made a shift in our town attorney. And while we're pleased that will alter the obligation relative to a retainer, it does still hold us responsible, obviously, for paying hourly rates for those vital services. And with the help of Janet and others, we're narrowing down on that number, and we'll have a more specific next week. There's a item in Park and Rec, I think, for a lawnmower. We're going to shift that around and use some ARPA monies to support that. And we also want to talk about it. There's some monies that were relative to ADA services we'd like more information on to discuss and see if that can be allocated to operational costs. And finally, just a small item around some tree maintenance issues that we're looking at. And so that's what we're thinking about. We said when we were elected, and we've said repeatedly since we started, we wanted to do this process earlier, not early enough in my view, but earlier than we've traditionally done it in my couple of years of doing this, rather than last second on an hour before we meet or in the same meeting on the 16th this year. Give people, everyone on the council, a chance to debate these issues and discuss them for the public to hear what we're saying and either say, we love these ideas or we hate these ideas. And we're going to tell you why. We'd love to hear from our residents, yay or nay on any of this, and get your input in any form that you care to. And then we'll have final decisions and hopefully build consensus on the 16th. So thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Mankey.
I just would echo what Councilor Page said. I think we appreciate your efforts. You know, this is your budget. You have the majority, so it's your budget, and we get that. But we will have some few adjustments. A lot of the ones we all had, it's amazing how the 9 of us kind of all think alike.
You mentioned some good ideas.
That's a good thing.
And some of the things we had here, you know, we had that on my list. So, you know, it's interesting that, you know, there's only so much money in the pot, and we all look for places to cut it. We may disagree on minor things, but disagreement's not necessarily a bad thing. Done respectfully, I think. But I think overall, I think I appreciate the fact that you guys have come with some good suggestions, and certainly we're looking forward to next week. And frankly, I'm looking for the week after that one. I don't care how my budget was. Anyone out there in the public who thinks, you know, doing the budget is an easy process is sadly mistaken, because I go to wake up at night and say, did we look at that? What's that fund balance? And then you got to find out where I put the books and where all the papers are. My wife would be happy to get the living room back. They have papers on the couch, and papers on the chair, and papers on the rocker, and they're all over the place. And Janet would be happy not to hear from me on a regular.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
And I'm sure also Paige.
She doesn't want to hear from me.
Thank you.
You guys want the numbers based on the adjustments you went, because we usually.
Yeah, sure. Yes, please. Yes, please. Yes, thank you.
Based on the changes just made, the mill rate is now proposed with adjustments at 39.67. That is a 1.3 mill increase, or 3.4%.
And just to clarify, the initial request, the initial proposal from the town manager was a 4% increase?
It was a 4%.
It was 3.9.
3 point, yeah, it's just under.
Just under.
Just under. Sorry.
Jamie Flower.
And the mill rate was 39.84.
Okay, very good. Thank you. All right. It was great. Thank you guys for hanging out, and thank you, Janet, for being so helpful on that. You know, we got a lot done tonight, and we'll get all finished next week. So we're really excited about that. So thank you so much. So we'll move on then to item 7B, MOU Board of Education CIP Open Choice Program.
Thanks, Janet.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Janet.
Is there an update
Can you
on?
just wait one moment on this? I'm so sorry. Sorry. And then almost made it.
Want a snack? We have snacks.
Combination, I won't lie.
At one point, Lou Giacomo was on this meeting, but I'm not sure if he is now. I don't see him now.
Snack fun.
Okay, just- Okay.
Any updates?
Right, so in your packet, there's a memo in your packet that explains this, but essentially you approved of the memorandum of understanding between the town and the Board of Ed back on February 27th, which would allow the Board of Ed to request transfers from open choice tuition reimbursements to go from the Board of Ed CIP to its non-lapsing fund. So, in following up with the Board of Ed on this to get it signed, they had done some more legal research and found there is a section of the general statutes, 10-248A, which indicates that Board of Eds can be made boards of Ed may deposit into a non-lapsing account any unexpended funds from the prior fiscal year from the budgeted appropriation for education for the town. So the MOU, the way it's written, really didn't follow that statute because the proposed transfers in question were not from the prior fiscal year, nor were they from the budgeted educational appropriation. So the legal counsel for the Board of Ed recommended a very simple fix, which you will see accomplishes the same thing. It does not change the funding, does not change the amount, it just changes the method of transferring. So you'll see in your packet an amended MOU with some language as recommended by Lou Giacomo and Dr. Brummett and the legal counsel, which essentially says rather than transferring it to the non-lapsing fund, it would be transferred to their operating budget using the same method, using the same timeline, same amount of money. It's just a different method of doing so. So if the council concurs with this, then we would ask you the MOU has not been signed yet, has been executed. So it would just be a resolution to amend it as indicated in your packet. And it would still retain the expiration date of September 1st, 2024.
Counselor Tiniakis?
I don't know if you have the answers without Lou here, to be honest. So it takes out the section that maps out that it doesn't go against their 2% annual limit. So with that section being taken out, does it now apply to your 2% annual limit of transfers?
The 2% annual limit is for the non-lapsing fund and is no longer being transferred to the non-lapsing fund. Therefore, it's no longer applicable in this MOU.
But then could they take it from their operating budget and then just move it to the non-lapsing fund? It says that multiple transfers can be made.
Janet, that's a question for you.
Yeah, they could.
So would that transfer then go against their 2%?
Yes.
Okay.
Because it would be going directly from, it would be the
From
only
their operating budget.
transfer into the non-lapsing.
Okay.
So originally the way it was is you didn't want to have it not count about going to the non-lapsing. You want to have it included with the other amount from their operating surplus. This is only way it's getting over the non-lapsing now is through their operating budget surplus.
Okay. Then,
So, yeah.
I mean, I don't know, this might be a question, how does that impact you guys and how you are going to be transferring the money?
Welcome back, Dr. Brown.
Thanks for hanging.
I should. So we're perfectly fine with that because first of all, we only have a 1% cap on the non-lapsing, but we're never going to approach that. And this is a 1-year fix because the goal would be next year we talk about an ordinance change. And then this agreement is just going to be gone. So we are comfortable with how this has been rearranged and it was blessed by Shipman and Goodwin and all of those folks. So thank you though for asking.
Thank you.
Counselor Mankey?
Just a quick question. So we're taking the money and putting it in the general fund.
They're operating.
Everybody, does that increase your cap for next year by that amount or?
No,
No,
it
'cause we
won't,
didn't
it
make
won't
the
be an allocation. It's just us taking money and realigning it. So it's not gonna
Okay,
make.
so it doesn't increase what we have to meet next
Not
year.
an MBR issue, no.
And that would just make sure we put the date in because I think the original date was September 1st. So I think before we sign, the date would be the same, I would assume.
And while I'm back at the mic, if I may, I'm gonna send out a memo tomorrow or it's tomorrow, Thursday or Friday to.
Wednesday.
Today, Wednesday?
That's why.
Wow.
Yeah, it's only Tuesday.
It's a
Long week.
I'm gonna send a memo to the mayor and the town manager just to outline how we met the 5.95 and not allowed layoffs. I really want to be crystal clear about that. So there's, we didn't talk about the non-lapsing fund, increased reliance. I want to just give everyone that full picture, but rest assured, it does prevent layoffs.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was the goal anyway.
That is thank you so much, by the way, for all your collaboration.
Thank you.
Dr. Brown.
Counselor Rodrigo.
Okay, the final paragraph of this says this will remain in effect until a change to the Board of Education fund ordinance is authorized or until what date is it gonna go?
That
on?
was September
September
1st.
1st.
It's
Of this year?
correct.
Yeah.
It's also in your resolution.
Any other questions?
Anything else go?
Okay, all good, very good. Counselor Floyd, would you mind reading the resolution? Sure.
Resolved that the Newington Town Council authorizes acting town manager Jamie Trevathan or her successor or designee to execute the revised memorandum of understanding or MOU originally authorized by the town council on February 24th, 2024, and revised on April 5th, 2024, between the town of Newington and the Board of Education regarding the Open Choice Program Special Education Reimbursements / Board of Education Capital Improvement Project Fund, a copy of which shall be attached to this resolution. Be it further resolved that the MOU shall expire no later than September 1st, 2024.
Second.
Motion by Counselor Floyd, seconded by Deputy Mayor Rada. Any discussion on this?
Nice podcast voice.
Other than that, second career.
I see none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None. Motion carries unanimously.
Now you can go.
Thank you.
Good night, Dan.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Hurry.
All right, moving on to the Senior Disabled Center American Rescue Plan funding. Do you have I know, do you want to talk about here about the updates to that since we're talking, or do you want to talk about it in your
It
report?
can go, well, I mean, this is the funding for ARPA that I'm requesting. It's outside of the nutrition item. So it may be more appropriate for me to cover that during my report later in the meeting.
Sure, very good.
Okay.
That's
It's
good.
up to
Very
you.
good. Perfect, perfect.
This is regarding the ARPA funding outside of that nutrition, because at the last meeting, you finally allocated all the 75,000 from the town's ARPA
Very good, very good.
account.
All right, Counselor Gonzalez, would you mind reading a resolution for 7C?
Seven,
C.
thank you.
That's a lot of paper.
Okay.
But
Resolved that the Newington Town Council hereby endorses the use of American Rescue Plan Act ARPA funds allocated to the Senior and Disabled Center by the Connecticut State Unit on Aging in the amount of
$90,000.
$90,000 for the projects listed on the attached document.
Second.
Motion by Counselor Gonzalez, seconded by Counselor Nagle. Any discussion on this? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried unanimously. All right, moving on to item D, Town Council Rules of Procedures.
Lauren coming up?
Lauren. Sure, yeah, everyone's coming up.
Always was.
Your turn.
It's a party. Again, only a couple hours. That's it.
You mean till she has to be back at work?
There you go.
Good.
We should have a draft document. This includes changes that you made at your last meeting to the other revisions. I did highlight them in yellow. I hope you got them. I'm highlighting that. In the meeting last 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, right. So,
Could you just speak to both those changes?
So the first one is under section 12 regarding the order of the meeting agenda. You had a conversation about presentations, the student liaison presentations, where those fall on the agenda. We moved all types of presentations under the item called presentations. So it says now presentations when required, student liaison presentations, community agencies and departments, just kind of giving you an order of how they would show on the agenda, but making them all one agenda item, which was a comment that was brought forward by the council.
Counselor Mankey.
I appreciate making the changes, and again, to me, this is a principal matter, and I want to be clear that I don't hate students. I've worked my adult life in this town working with students. I think this is cleaner. I think it makes more sense. I would just think we should consider saying presentations as needed. It says one required. Required means it makes like it's obligation, not just for student representative. And I would propose we change it student representatives, not liaisons. I think liaison gives an idea that they were it was some, they have more, what do I want to say? I mean, we have liaisons to committees, which gives us a little bit more sense than just being a general public. So I would propose we change it to presentations as needed by student representatives, community agencies, and department heads. I think probably we should specify who from the department will come and speak. I think it would, if the town manager needed a department come, it would be the department head that would come, or their designee if they couldn't make it, but not just the entire department coming in talking us about Snow Pond. But that's just, again, I know this is just a semantics and it's a principal thing with me, but I think it makes more sense.
Councilor Gonzalez?
I know that the Board of Education has the representatives as well. Do we know what they call them? Are they called liaisons or representatives? I would think we
They're called
would,
representatives.
I would think we would follow suit and do the same, call them the same thing.
Okay with that change? Okay with those changes? Perfect, so we can
Yep,
add
so I
those.
made those changes, so it will now read presentations in parentheses as needed. Underneath that, student representatives, community agencies, and department heads.
Do we need to make any changes to the resolution?
No,
think
because
so.
your
It covers
resolution is just.
Covers it.
Yeah, yeah.
The change.
It covers the change, I think, so we agree on the changes. Yeah, there's no actual resolution. And again, I appreciate everybody's indulgence. I know this is just a semantics thing, but I think it's sometimes principles and semantics are important.
Councilor Tiniakis, would you read the resolution? Oh, I'm
Want
sorry.
me to continue?
If you
Oh, I'm
want.
sorry, I thought we were done.
Whether-
My bad.
Yes.
Apologies.
Just for transparency, thank you.
Section
Not a resolution.
The first sentence, what it had, speaker shall avoid personal attacks or including or alleging an improper motive of any person. We changed shall to should, because you all discussed that that was kind of an ambiguous thing to determine.
So we still can attack each other.
Well, you should, but you should.
I'm
kidding.
You're bad. Yeah, if you, you know, you soft blows, put in a pillow and like that, it's okay.
Everyone's okay with that?
Good.
There was one other minor change that was highlighted in yellow to section 14. We added the proper apostrophe to the word members. And then we took off at the end of the sentence, while voting, because the sentence began with when voting. So we just took off redundant language. That was just a grammatical change.
Thanks, Kim.
And that's it.
That's it.
Councilor Mankey?
Thank you and the committees. It was committee.
Tiniakis?
Yeah, Matt, and then
And Draco that served on this. I appreciate your efforts.
Agreed. Now, Councilor Tiniakis, want to read the resolution?
Resolved, whereas the Newington Town Council amends its rules and procedures on an as-needed basis, and whereas the Town Council Rules and Procedures document was last amended on February 22nd, 2022. Now, therefore, it be resolved that the Newington Town Council hereby amends its rules and procedures as indicated on the attached document.
Second. Motion by Councilor Tiniakis, seconded by Councilor Floyd. Any other discussion on this? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, moving right along. Next on the agenda is State Historic Documents Grant Application.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you again. Thank you.
The town clerk is on the meeting, just so you know. for this.
I see him, there he is. Hey,
Hey,
James.
Good evening,
Missed
everyone.
you.
Been a little while.
Good to see you.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes, it
Very good.
You're out of uniform, James.
I am I'm in a comfortable t-shirt, just sitting at home relaxing.
How's the seal behind?
How dare you? So this has been a
Anybody-
program that's been going on for about 20 years. You'll notice in the memo that I supplied to the town manager, we've already acquired over $188,000 in grant funds from the state. This funding comes directly from land records that we take in directly and is transferred to the state and returned to us as grants. So in this year's grant proposal, you've got a couple images in your packets. We will be removing from solid books the volumes themselves and putting them into archival binders that can open, It's easier for individuals to be able to copy those documents, bring them out to our copiers, single pages on a sheet, versus a very heavy book going onto a copier glass. That also gives us a little bit more abilities to go through and either at times replace pages, as well as recreate books completely, should we have ones that walk out of the vault, which does happen occasionally. We
Oh,
did
my
actually have
goodness.
to have one pulled off of our microfilm about a year ago. So
It's
you would think
terrible.
that people would not do that in a municipality, but it does happen. So this program would not start until July 1st. The application date for this is either April 30th or September 30th. If we go in phase 2, we're going phase 1. It's just easier to get it completed earlier in the year. The supplies that we are requesting from the vendor are usually available to us within 6 to 8 weeks. So the program usually goes through very quickly, and we have a seasonal individual who does come into the office. Last time we did our last set of books, she had them done in about 2.5 hours. So it's a great program. We really get done really quickly, utilize those funds, and preserve the records going forward. And if anybody has any questions regarding any of the photos or anything, or the application funds, you will notice in the grant application, $7,500 is coming from the state. We are using an additional $5,700, which is part of our preservation funds that we have in our account that are also part of our land record recordings. So for a total of $13,200, that will complete that entire project that year.
Counselor Page.
Thanks, Mayor. James, thank you so much for all this work. You know, I don't know that until I've been here, fully appreciated the enormous work that goes on to preserving all of our important documents. And it's because of this work that you do and others that we have a collection of history of our town that's so vital and so important. So thank you very much. And just a question, because of all this work and moving to obviously the new technologies and digital records and archiving and so forth, is it safe to assume that someday we will never have these paper records, or is it that we always have the redundancy of the actual physical items so that individuals can come in and peruse them and use them as they need for their business and so forth?
Actually, under state law, we actually have a triple redundancy, believe it or not.
Oh.
The land record company itself handles a digital image. We have one online, and we have one that's physically stored on a server in our IT office. In addition to that, we're required to microfilm all of our documents, and we're also required to, at this point, still have a paper copy. So
Okay.
a lot of extra redundancies. We actually found that to be much more important. Now, Springfield had actually gone to a full digital for a little while. I don't know if they've pushed that back based upon the unusual storms that we've been seeing, but Louisiana was a good case file for us to look at, having those extra backups in rural locations that are not local to where you are. So a lot of us in the town clerk's offices will actually do backups onto DVD or CD or archival types, and we will actually place them in other town clerk's offices spread miles away from us. I've actually got an agreement in place with my original town, which is Vernon, to hold my records for us. So we always make sure that there has that extra redundancy when necessary.
And we reciprocate with other towns, or
We do.
if needed? Okay, thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Counselor Bedrejko, would you mind reading the resolution?
Not at all. Resolved that Jamie Trevathan, acting town manager, or her successor designee, is authorized to execute and deliver in the name of and on behalf of this municipality an application and contract acceptance with the Connecticut State Library for the Historic Documents Preservation Grant for fiscal year 2025.
Second.
Seconded by Counselor Tiniakis. Any other discussion on this? Seeing none. All those in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, motion carries unanimously. Thanks for coming, staying and hanging on with us, James.
Good to see you.
My pleasure. Just like old times.
Yeah, over Zoom and everything. All right.
Have a good evening, all.
Take care.
You too. Thanks.
Good night.
Next on the agenda is the town manager search. Subcommittee met, I'll let you guys want to speak to that?
Do you want me to?
Yeah, go right ahead.
Mayor, I can start and then others can certainly chime in.
Certainly.
We met as recently as today, our committee, and we're working to move post haste with the process of engaging potential candidates for a permanent town manager. We're looking at a way to do this the most expeditious and economical way. We did have a contract and we are still under contract with a search firm, and we're reaching out to them through the town manager's office to look at that process of how we can engage potential candidates and posting the position. And we're going to do that as quickly as we can. And we're going to do that openly and transparently. And we're very excited to move that ahead. That's all I've got. So you want to add something?
I just because after you speak, I usually speak. so
Yeah,
it's-
please. Yeah, we could
it's
work on
the-
harmony
yeah,
here.
We could, yeah. I just would say, I agree. I think we all agree. I think the search committee and all the council agree that it's important to move quickly. But it's also important to get the right person. And I think that's, it's pretty clear from the three of us meeting or the four of us meeting, that the right person is what we're looking for. The person who will fill the position, and doesn't mean Jamie's not doing a great job.
She's amazing.
But I think she's doing that job and her other job. And
Yes.
we're gonna burn her out pretty quickly. So I think it's important to get the right person, and I think we're all on that. I think that if there's one thing I love more than budgets, it's looking for a new town manager. So which most of you laugh when you start getting 20 applications, and you have to read through all those letters and applications and resumes, and your head kind of glazes over.
Oh, I pity the fool. No.
Yeah.
Councilor Draco?
Has the committee had discussions on whether it's gonna be a national search, a local search, a regional search? Have you decided on that?
Yeah, I mean, I can,
decided,
I don't know.
had discussions on it.
we haven't decided. I'll just speak for myself. I'm leaning towards a more regional search. I think that Heather explained to us that, and the consulting firm may reiterate this, that by default, some of the search engines may be a more national net that is cast. But my own personal preference, and as we've knocked doors and as we've heard from folks in the previous search process, some who I'd never met before, others who are town residents for 50 years plus, have said that on the previous search, some would prefer a more regional New England or Connecticut or Southern New England approach. We decided, and I was one of them, to go more national. And given where we are today, I would be inclined to encourage us to look more regionally to Southern New England or Connecticut, and folks who know our town form of government and may be on board with that as quickly as possible. So that's just my sentiment, and others can speak for themselves.
Thank you.
Very little.
Okay, well,
Take on and read the next one. Very good. All right. So we'll keep that on the agenda, and we'll keep working on that, and we'll update you as that moves forward. All right, moving on the agenda, we're coming up to item 8, resignations and appointments. Mitch and Tim.
This time I'm gonna go first.
You go first. All right.
For Conservation Wetlands Commission, Andrea Sedell, 45 Lamplighter Lane, Party R, immediate to 11/30/27, and this is he's serving currently de facto, so it's just replacing himself in a sense.
Okay, great. Economic Development, we have Kathy Rossini LaPierre, address is 54 Northwood Road, Party D, term immediate to 11/30/25, replaces de facto D Havens. Tiffany Ham Guevara at 115 Waverly Drive, Party D, immediate to 11/30/2025, replaces vacant. And Fernando Rosa, 22 Chaplin Street, Party D, immediate to 12/21/25, replaces de facto Jay Nagel. Relative to library renovations, additions, Permanent Building Commission, Eric Hinckley, address is 54 Goodale Drive, Party D, term immediate to 1/1/50, replaces vacant.
2050? Oh, because
It's a building committee.
That's building committee.
I know, I asked that the last time.
Oh, do you want to be a resolve?
Sorry, resolved that the Newington Council hereby makes these following appointments. Thank you.
So motion by Councilor Page is seconded by second by Councilor Tiniakis. Councilor Mackey.
I just would point out, is, I do like Eric Hinckley. I think he's a great asset, but he is also a town employee, so I'm a little concerned. We'd have a town employee on a building committee that may refer something to the TPZ at some point, and that would seem to be a conflict of interest. I guess I won't stand in the way of the appointment. I wouldn't. But I am concerned that we're setting a precedent, and I think that's maybe maybe okay, but maybe not okay. I'm not sure. I guess I would be more comfortable with legal opinion, but I won't stand in the way of the appointment.
Just to that point, we did look into that, because, we shared the similar concerns. It's an unusual situation, but we found that according to state statute, it actually prevents us from, we cannot hold him off of a committee because he's a town employee, as so long as it's not a commission that would oversee his own job. So that's, we're kind of, I understand where you're coming from precedent, but we're kind of bound, it seems, by statute on this one. So I'm comfortable moving forward and,
And I just,
yeah, no, go right ahead.
I agree. He's a fair and honest man. I'm not asperging his character. Is that a good word, asperging? I'm not.
It's a good word.
Asparagus. Yeah, I'm not saying his character's wrong. I'm just saying that the precedent is a problem. And I think if a building committee would go forward with a project, it would have to go to TPZ, correct?
Not necessarily. I don't think so. Yeah.
Dash 24.
Everyone?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it would go to the committee he's liaison to on the TPZ.
Lauren would have to get.
You want to come up to the?
Yeah. Sorry.
Sorry, Lauren. You started.
Yeah.
So just for clarification on the process of this building committee is grandfathered in to still exist outside of that new ordinance that you are potentially going to be reviewing and revamping. But once this committee makes their recommendation to all of you as to where they see that the library project should go forward, they would cease and a new project building committee would commence based on that ordinance.
Oh.
So, you know what I mean? So
this
body will not be the body that sees the project through on construction.
It may be the same people, but it's not the same body. Yeah.
Correct. But and that argument that you're having, or the conversation we're having now about this appointment would be more applicable to that new committee that would happen in the future. But for this one, I don't see that as being a conflict.
Thanks for the clarification.
Yep.
Thank you. Councilor Jacob?
No, I'm glad for that explanation. I mean, I was actually thrilled to see Eric's name on there until because he's very fair, he's very bipartisan, and he's very knowledgeable. But just for thinking in the future, and again, because I also looked, there's no statutes or ordinances prohibiting a town employee from being on a commission. But when both sides make appointments, if there can potentially be any kind of conflict with the job. For example, let's say that this was an operational committee. If they wanted to build like an addition for 3 or 4 stories, that would require a zoning change. And how, someone like Eric being the assistant town planner and who is a liaison to the TPZ, where would he would have to recuse himself from something, either from the building committee or from his job. So just in the future, when we're thinking of these things, we've got to think of the ramifications of the committee they're on in their town. Just.
Thank you. Councilor Nagel?
Thank you for that clarification between this building, that building, and another one, especially to the library. It gets quite confusing, especially when my name is on all of them. And I don't know. And what time
You're writing the check. You're okay.
This is a minor thing, probably not for the whole council, but I'll ask you the question. There is we're having this renovation committee that we're talking about at the moment is supposedly meeting on Thursday. And I've been heard rumors from various different people in the library, especially at the recent library meeting, as to when that is going to meet.
It's Thursday at 6 p.m. You should have gotten your Zoom invitation yesterday, but it will be hybrid. So it will be in person and on Zoom. We finalized the agenda today, went down to the town clerk. I was waiting for this item to see if Eric was appointed, and I'm gonna go upstairs right now and send you out your packet and your agenda for Thursday evening.
Okay, so
Days
just
have been
wanted to,
called for Thursday
much as I
evening.
love coming to this building, if I don't have to come in at 5 and I could come in at 6, I gladly will. So thank you for that. And Eric, I think is a good choice aside from what we've discussed. This might be considered by some a problem. So I will see you
Thursday
then.
evening.
And that's it. Thank you.
Counselor Mankey?
Just for the record, if Eric's listening, I do think you're fair and bipartisan, and I do like working with you, and I think that you're a good choice. It's a principle that I wanted to bring.
Understand. Very good. All right, so we have a motion on the table from Counselor Page. It was seconded by Counselor Tiniakis. Any further discussion?
Well, it's actually, brought by both, because we're doing my.
Well, yeah, right. It was brought forward by.
Yeah,
it was probably, yeah. Okay. Motion was by, co-motion by
you
Counselor
go.
Page and Counselor.
I want to make sure I give credit.
Yeah.
In harmony.
Co-motion.
Single second.
Yeah. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Sang a Louise.
Very good. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Lauren.
Thank you, Lauren.
Thank you, Lauren.
You'll take Chris with you.
I know, he keeps coming back.
How long is he gonna stay? Oh, the bridge, yeah.
All right, so we're moving on now to tax refunds. Counselor Floyd, would you read that resolution? Sure.
Resolved that property tax refunds in the amount of $150.40 are hereby approved in the individual amounts and for those named on the request for refund of an overpayment of taxes certified by the revenue collector, a list of which is attached to this resolution.
Second.
Motion by Counselor Floyd, seconded by Deputy Mayor Rada. Counselor Mankey.
Oh, I'm sorry, I had my hand up from last apology.
No, good. Very good. Any other discussion on this? Seeing none? Oh, Counselor Nagel, sorry.
I got my hand up quickly.
Sorry. Go ahead.
I think we're going to make the deadline for voting.
Oh,
It's
geez, we did work
10:25.
quick. We work quick.
Yeah, that's
We
right. All
planned this
right,
perfectly.
very good. All those in favor? Any opposed?
Doesn't affect us.
None. Motion carries unanimously. We did it.
Changed your rules anyway, you're good.
Well, I was just gonna say.
Oh, yeah, we did just change the
We did change the rules.
Do they take?
No, but
what
you're
can
gonna
I say?
it just happened, so.
Yeah,
We
effective
approved, we
immediately.
agreed on
It's a
it.
habit, yeah.
No, yeah, I was thinking about that too.
Yeah.
So we could be here till midnight, guys. It's
Oh,
fine.
that's fine. Thanks, AJ. We appreciate your
Order
changes.
some pizza.
That was the last action item, so we got right in. That's good. That's good. Very good. All right, so now we're moving on to consideration of new business. Item 10A, annual fair housing month. Any update on that?
This is an item that the council should consider annually. We've been participating in the Small Cities Grant Program for about 30 plus years now, which assists in funding towns like housing stock, like rehab and infrastructure and improvements to housing in Newington. In order to be eligible to apply for and receive the funding, the town has to commit to the principles and practices of fair housing. In order to do so, we basically utilize a series of documents that show that commitment. And what they are things such as fair housing policy statements that we have to post in town hall, equal opportunity statements, grievance procedures for those who have issues with fair housing. And that's all done on the staff side. On the council side, there was a resolution that the council can consider passing at the next meeting. It could be next week's meeting if you wish, or later, that in favor of and recognizing Fair Housing Month.
Counselor Page.
Thank you, Mayor. I would just say, and I know we're not taking action on this, and it's not a binding resolution per se, other than recognizing obviously the laws around equity and all that are so critical. But there's nothing about our housing stock in this town or anywhere that I know of that's fair or that's affordable or that provides for equity. And we have young people, most of whom I know, including my own kids, can't afford a house. And we have more homeless problems in this area and throughout the country than ever. And this is just my standing on a soapbox and editorializing. So I'm in favor of the spirit of this and would vote for this. It's critical, but we have a lot to do. And I think as a council, hopefully we'll do more to create more affordable housing opportunities in this town so that we have fewer people marginalized and not part of the American dream. So thank you.
Amen. Questions or comments on this? All right, very good. Thank you so much for that update. I look forward to seeing you on the next agenda. So we're just gonna skip the thing about the bridge and we're up to agenda item 10B, replacement of the Mill Pond Park pedestrian bridge. Chris Video, thank you for joining us again. If you would come on up, thank you.
I wasn't planning a big spiel. You do have some pertinent documents in your packet, but I did hear some disparaging comments earlier this evening, so I want to address those. Obviously, it's a focal point of the community. Everybody loves this bridge. If you'd like to take a walk underneath it with me at some point, I'll show you why I'm replacing it. So, this is an 824 referral. Met with some of the staff the other day as a matter of practice, and we put our heads together and decided that in the interest of being conservative, we would do the 824 referral route. We're not 100% clear that it's necessary, but it's better to do it than to get called on later to supposed to do it. So that's why we're referring the project to the town planning zone commission over there. I guess one of the primary comments that came up, Scott, do we have access to the counselor's packets that we could put up on the screen? Or I have a thumb drive in my pocket because I had time to prepare for this. It looks like something that we. I wish I had the ability to put these all together. We need to get this thing. Start with the one that's numbered, that one. That's the plans for the bridge that we have as our 30% lots.
Okay, we had Scott here.
Okay, so we're still at the preliminary design phase, although I don't expect unless there's massive outcry from the populace that this is going to be that much different than what we've got now. As you can see from this image, this bridge looks pretty similar to the one we have, except that the one we have has a little arch in it. That's what we call camber. It's not necessary for a span this small. If it's something that's that desired, we can encounter and talk to the manufacturer and see if they can accommodate that. We could just roll this with our finger. Where's that?
Yeah, the confirm.
Go ahead, slide it down. Just pull it. Just tap. There we go. This is an overhead view of how this thing would be constructed. So it's a similar construction to what's out there. It's a couple of longitudinal members, a couple of latitudinal members that hold it together. There's the same wood planking that you've got now, captured by the frame itself. And I mean, in my opinion, it's not substantially different. Again, that's not my opinion, it counts. Pull it. Let's call this operator error on my part. Touchscreen's too much technology for me.
I hear you.
There we go. And this is what we call a section view. If you took and cut a slice through the bridge, this is what it would look like. So I don't honestly, in details, I mean, details are important to me. I'm not sure they're important to you guys. So here's pretty much what the side view of this bridge will look like, what we call an elevation view. And it's very similar to what we have there now. I can show you pictures of that. You show me where I go to find them. I love having on-call tech support.
Yeah, no, we do too,
Us
believe
too.
me.
Scott, not so much.
Yeah. Thanks, Scott.
So I want to show you, see that one that says, let's see. We have, I think what this gentleman was probably upset about is we have 3 finish options available to us. We have a galvanized finish.
You want to see it? Or?
Yeah, let's show. Let's get this out there. Now, galvanized is going to basically look like the same material a guardrail looks like. When they're first installed, they're very shiny. And over time, as they oxidize, they turn a little duller color. If you want this, then we can have this made. It's not something I really think that you want, only because of the color of it. Along those lines, we have an even worse choice. It's called self-weathering steel. And again, using the guardrail example, if you're driving down the highway and you see a guardrail that looks like it's rusty, it is, because that's how this works. This particular type of steel forms a protective coating of oxidation over it, and it just happens to look just like that. A reddish brown rust color, because it is reddish brown rust, but it is a protective coating, kind of like how a pearl forms over sand in an oyster. Best example I can give without getting into the chemistry of Corten steel. And then the last option, the one that has the downside that it has to be maintained, but the upside that it can be any color you want it to be, is a painted finish. And that happens to be that the manufacturer sent me one with the dullest grayest color they had. So along that line, I took the liberty of downloading their pamphlet, which has other color options in it.
Vegas gold.
For
NHS college.
I was thinking bright red or no,
Just right.
hot pink.
There you go. Change it every month.
Just share that one.
Okay. So this is from their website, not one that they sent me specifically for our bridge, so it might not look exactly the same. But if you happen to see a style in here that you really love better than the one I've picked, we can look at that. So you want to scroll down a little bit, we can show some color options and some style options too. Obviously, some of these are meant for much bigger pedestrian bridges than ours. Some of these things span major highways and things, typical for out west. Scroll down some more. There's one of the rusted ones.
If I might, a quick question. That one and the, I'm sorry, just the above page. Oh, I guess it's there too. Is that brown or is that, that looks very similar to the weathered steel?
It is, because.
Oh, that is. Oh, well, look at that.
We're gonna get to the painted option shortly. Let me get down to that because we're anxious to see painted colors. That's showing how they make it, deliver it. And the delivery is free, by the way. They're like Amazon.
It comes in 20,000 pieces. You gotta put it together.
We have to. have a
It's a little
crane.
harder to execute.
I'm just kidding. Yeah.
But we do
try to steal that off. It's like an IKEA. You have
So
to put it
here's some of the
together.
color options.
Give you an Allen wrench. Like an Allen wrench. It doesn't fit in.
Did you say try to steal that off the board?
So you can see from the steel painted color, the blue one, in the middle on the right side. That's one example of a painted finish. Again, the one below it is a lighter gray. I think I saw a red one in here earlier. Those are galvanized, but I don't want to show galvanized. Oh, there's a green one. Westbrook, Maine.
Can you scroll back up for just a minute?
Sure.
Keep going, Okay, stop. Vertical picket pipe handrail. What color is that? That's the bottom. Yep, there you go.
Okay.
Brown.
It's painted brown. I would say it is a brownish tone. I mean, we can get paint chips if we need them. I mean, seriously, they'll provide me a paint sample if we ask them for it. Because we have to pick a finish before they'll fabricate the bridge.
I mean, I'm thinking that some folks, are upset or we want our wooden bridge. which we know over time.
Only the deck is wood, and this one will also be wood.
And but I don't know, I just like this color. If it is a brown tone or kind of a bronze.
You know, our bridge originally was orange.
Is that?
Really?
I didn't know that.
I can show you pictures.
Wow.
How often will this have to get painted for maintenance?
It's not frequent. It's probably on a 5 to 8 year rotation. If you want to keep it looking new, I mean, obviously we can let it slide a little bit. By then I'll be retired and gone, but you know, that's up to you guys.
You know, I'm looking at a picture of our current bridge and it just seems airier, more airy.
Okay.
There's more space. This looks like, I mean, if you look at the second page, that it looks exactly like the highway bridge. I mean, there's no character to these. Our current one is like a little bit more airier and a little higher. It just, it is different. I mean, and there's that little arch.
It does have a little arch.
But
and
it
if you
also
want it
looked like-
cambered, we can talk to the manufacturer about
Yeah,
that.
I like, no, I saw it, I pulled it, look,
Yeah.
you know, I pulled it out only because I like the idea. And I don't know if there's a cost differential, because if you look at other parts in New England and our bridge, which has that camber, I think it's pretty and it's a little more kind of a country look to me.
Yeah.
And that I would agree with Gail, that it's a little more industrial looking. And I just want to say, first of all, thank you for doing all this work. And secondly, I totally, as Councilor Pleward earlier said, have complete faith in your engineering and your knowledge to decide this needs to be replaced. I don't doubt that. I would love to see a little camber and a little more of a quaint style. That's just me. So thanks, Mary.
I say,
Councilor Menke?
oh, I'm sorry.
I'm just trying to think of
Councilor
how I'm
Menke.
going to accommodate quaint and the steel bridge.
No, I
See what
got
we
you.
can-
Well, to me, our little bridge is kind of quaint.
Yes.
But anyway.
I mean, dimensionally, they're identical.
Yeah.
That
Right.
Rutland provided is an exact
You're just used
match
to that.
to the.
We're just used to it.
Yeah.
Dag nabbit, we don't.
I think the camber may make it a little more.
That's probably the only thing that's different.
Prettier look.
And we went with the straight look because that's, you know, this is something they make every day in the factory and, you know, I don't know, is one of these styles arched? I mean, that one.
There were a
almost,
couple
but-
earlier, yeah. Yeah, that's okay.
Pretty different.
This one, that one.
More open.
Does that get- does it look
It's a
little
small
arched?
arc.
Councilor Menke, you
Small
got a
little
question?
rainbow.
Yeah, I just would point out, excuse me. I would prefer canyons because I think it looks to me like the old North Bridge in Lexington or Concord.
Yeah, it's pretty.
So kind of like that. But and if I was building this bridge in my yard, I would do the oxidized because knowing the way things happen here, we'll slide a little on the painting and it'll look like crap.
Well, that's why we
I would-
were bringing it to your attention.
I think the oxidized, I kind of think it's kind of cool on the highway when they have this brown.
So you like the rust look?
I do.
I like it too.
That's
Really? Is this a preference of?
well,
the-
that's exactly what I was gonna say. I
Yes.
think I think the
Rusty
camber's
old-
nice.
Rusty old bridge.
I think the weathering steels fits with the history of that
Right, I think
space.
it'll blend in with the fall foliage to spring.
And it doesn't look a hell of a lot different than what we currently have, the weathering steel one.
It'll look like.
And more
Yeah, and the
importantly, I don't have
cameras
to worry about painting it every.
True.
Right, agreed.
8 years, someone's gonna plan the bridges, need painting, and then it's gonna cost a fortune.
Call us country bumpkin, but I think that might, I think that's nice.
Right, it'll look crummy.
I think it's really nice.
So
I
we
would
went
think-
an
I would think the
arched
highway-
rusted bridge?
The
Is that-
guardrails on the highway,
we're all
I think they
in-
look
yeah?
cool, I think it's, and it cuts down on maintenance, okay, so it's my house.
Chris is very happy with us.
I'm actually surprised because I bet money walking in here that you would have hated the rust look. Every one of you would have figured it hated the rust look, and that's why I'm recommending
We're
against
Neil
it.
Young fans.
Councilor Clegg, you have a question?
Oh, no, that was my comment. Thank you.
Councilor Tiniakis?
Outside of like aesthetic, is there a difference in lifespan between the paint finish, oxidized finish, steel?
The galvanized is probably the most durable, and I say that not because I've asked the manufacturer about it, but because of my experience with galvanized steel. And the Corten is a definite, very close second. And the paint, if it's kept up, it will last as long as any of them. So it's a matter of maintenance. So if we're worried about not doing maintenance, then the galvanized and the
weathered steel are the options, with the difference being that the galvanized is the most expensive option, and it's the one they used when we did the estimate for the grant. So there's a little cost savings associated with each of the other two. Not enough that I think it's a considerable factor in the overall equation, but I really do think that if this is gonna be the form where we pick the finish, then, let's pick the finish.
I'm having trouble visualizing, the stairs that we just did.
The wooden ones,
Yeah. Well, how
coming up
long-
from the park that's below it?
Yeah, how long ago did we do those?
I
I
have
mean,
no idea.
will this
Gotta be like-
will this match sort of?
The appearance of it?
Well, the color, I mean.
No, I wouldn't think so, because the wood doesn't even match itself in places.
Right.
I mean, if you go out and look at it, there's areas that have been repaired that are lighter colored wood than some of the older pieces. The one other, I think, noteworthy thing that I want to bring your attention is we're bringing power to the bridge so we can properly light the Christmas displays.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, that's
Nice.
Oh, that's
Because
cool.
if
Very
you saw
cool.
how we powered it now.
Yeah.
Let's leave it at that.
And I think,
That's
not to
great.
belabor this point, but I think that supports even further that camber look. Just we're so used to seeing the pretty wreath and the lights, and I think it lends itself to that as a pretty arch, if you will, subtle. That's just, yeah.
I agree with Counselor Page.
Do you have another
Wow.
question? Do you agree? Yes,
Oh, that's funny.
Okay, very good. Jamie?
Senior Center Director here, so I apologize. I'm not sure about this, but I'm observing the examples in the brochure, and none of them are as cambered as our current bridge, and I wonder if that might not be due to accessibility for accessibility purposes. I don't know. It's something we might want to investigate and look into, because the bridge up there is several decades old. Standards have changed. I'm just curious.
That's
Something to look into.
because he's our ADA guy,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
I know
Just thought.
in part of Vermont, where I sometimes hang out, there are 9 cambered bridges over a river. And I see all sorts of folks transiting those. So, but it's a very good question. We don't want to be contrary to ADA, obviously. So, yeah.
Counselor Tiniakis?
I want to throw my 2 cents in here. I'm actually in favor of the paint option. I think I know. But I think
Always someone
all
to
for
have.
cheaper for paintbrush. I think it just like opens the
He's in
door
charge of
for
maintaining.
like all these departments, whether it
I
be
like
like the school or Parks and Rec, to kind of like get involved and like have the community be a part of, maybe there's like a fundraiser and
It's like a Mark Twain story.
the winner like picks like,
I walk
the
from the
color
fence
for
to
a month
watch
or
the
something
bridge.
like that. I don't know. I think it
Color for a
gives us more options,
Did you
We're
say
worried
color
about
for
it.
a month?
Oh, I don't know. I'm just throwing.
I'm worried about getting it painted every 8 years.
Yeah, but I don't know, they could have like the school logo or something like that, or like the 7th grade class wins the contest, they get to pick the color. I don't know. Something like that.
Good thing about it. Very good. Deputy Mayor?
Excuse me. Could we find areas that aren't too far distant from here where we might be able to go look at, say, the weathered steel, just kind of get it up close, personal, how it feels, what it looks like versus a painted?
I've got a contact or two with DOT. I can ask them where the closest bridges are that might be made from this. It typically is more of a guardrail thing for them. But if there's a location near enough to us, I could get that information.
I would just be curious to see it kind of up close and personal.
I mean, I could ask the manufacturer, but I mean, they're a nationwide company, so it might be St. Louis.
Okay, well,
Field
we have to
trip.
go to St. Louis.
Road trip.
You can all road trip with Mitch up to
All
Vermont.
backs are playing, and I'll go with you.
I agree.
We'll add 5,000 to
You guys
the.
wanna watch that, Steve?
We'll do it again.
And I know it sounds like we're being picky or ridiculous, but this is like the one
our claim to
nice
fame.
thing in our time. I don't mean the one nice thing in our, but this is our pride.
I'm putting that on Facebook.
This is our, everybody takes pictures, the wedding pictures are there.
I'm very
The
aware.
part, it's
Agreed.
it's the centerpiece of Newington, so.
I remember thinking to myself the day that Bill DeMayo asked me to come look at it. I stood there looking underneath it and looked up at him and Clay, and he says, "So what do you think?" And I said, "I think you're gonna fire me." It's just one of those things where it's like, okay, my first year on the job, this bridge is gonna fall down and I'm gonna have a problem.
Hmm.
So I immediately brought in an expert in bridges from the firm I previously worked for. I said, hey, what do you think of this thing? And he said, how old is it? And I said, I know that Steve Tofeld, who was standing with me at the time, had his wedding pictures taken in something like 1970, I think
Wow.
he said. So at that point, we decided that a replacement option versus a rehabilitation because it had exceeded its service life. So that's kind of what brought this around. This is when we then decided that we had to apply for a grant because this was outside of our budget. And miraculously, we got that. I was as surprised as anybody. Just didn't expect my first grant application here at the town of Newington to be successful, so. But it was.
We did. We had faith. We had faith.
Yeah, we applied for a lot of grants that summer, and this was the first one to come through, and then Paul's study grant for Cedar Street came in right after that. So it was a good month for Paul and I.
And you said the walkway itself. Oh, okay, no, go ahead.
Councilor Nagel. Yes, I have my hand up. I think Councilor Bedrejko, to use a different word, the bridge is iconic of our town and of our culture. And I think that's why we're so set on color and whatever. I feel like our first apartment we're trying to decorate or something like that. But it is so crucial to the look of town and to the pride of the residents in town. It's, at the waterfall, look up, there's the bridge, which isn't on our logo. But that's okay. So I trust your detail in terms of looking at things and what can be done, but it is important. And I do think like an arch shape is, I'm in that ballpark of being more agreeable to that, but I understand what is available is what is available.
So I'll have that conversation with the contact at the manufacturer and see what's available, if we can do an arch, and if the arch is ADA compatible.
Okay. Did he mention price?
Well, I'll have that discussion too, because we are on a budget.
Mhm.
I think just spend hours talking about budgets, and I'm aware of that as well.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, just one last question. The walkway itself is wood, you said?
Yes. That's the one we have now.
Right.
Do we have any more bridge questions? Okay.
I just have some questions on tunnels.
We can cross that bridge.
It's late.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for hanging out with us.
Thanks,
Thank you
Chris.
for your
We
time.
appreciate
it. Thank you.
Appreciate your work.
Thank you.
And don't forget to actually authorize the 824 report.
No, absolutely.
And we don't want to belabor the finish question too long, so think hard about your preference. Because that is part of the manufacturing process.
Yep.
So they won't start making it, and there's a 20-week delay on
I think AK is gonna be over.
I'll paint it.
Well, while we're thinking about the bridge, we're expecting the construction to be mid-September to early October, so we don't interfere with any of the park programs.
That's good. Great.
Bill was clear that his schedule is full.
Yeah.
So we'll accommodate that. We'll build this thing in the fall.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Scott.
Yeah,
Thank you,
thanks,
Scott. Thank you, Chris. Thank you. Have a good night.
Audible.
And you too.
Definitely.
Hope you don't have too many things to do good job.
No, just a couple. Just a fun one now. We get to talk about item C, consideration of canceling the April 23rd meeting.
All in favor?
Take action next week to
We
do.
can take action next week. Any discussion on this? What are folks' thoughts?
I'm coming by.
Please do.
No, I think it's a good thing to consider, given as our town manager pointed out, I'd forgotten this, it's a Passover holiday. Yeah. And it may be an important thing to consider. And then if emergency business needs to happen, we can always do something ad hoc.
Special meeting. Yeah, we can always call it a special meeting.
Yeah.
It seems like we met every week for 2 months now.
Well, bonus, I think it gives us 3 weeks off.
Absence makes the heart grow fonder.
That's right. No, because one of those weeks, and then we should take a trip to Vegas to check out their bridges.
Yes, very good.
Very good. That must color out there. Allentown, Pennsylvania, I go to.
Right? Yeah, so yeah, if we want to put that for action for next week, that'd be great. Thank you. All right. We are on to written and oral communications with town manager, other town agencies and officials, other governmental agencies and officials. Any updates for us tonight,
Yeah,
Jamie?
let me start with personnel. When Chief Perry was here earlier, he indicated that I was excited to bring this to you, but he brought up first that we potentially could be down to just 3 vacancies in the coming weeks, down from 10 at the end of December. So that can be attributed to a somewhat aggressive approach to when we have a qualified applicant, either a new recruit or a certified officer in a different department. We do try to strategize how quickly we can go through the vetting process, which is extremely thorough and goes through many steps and phases. But we look at the scheduling to see that we can do so because we know that we're often in competition with sometimes several other departments, and the strategy is working. We're getting some excellent candidates who are going through the vetting process and the interviews, the testing, the polygraph, all of that. And so we are also seeing a slight increase in applications. So we do expect this positive trend to continue and look forward to having the police department fully staffed sooner rather than later with really great applicants. One of the new police chief's first orders of business would be to appoint his replacement lieutenant. Pursuant to the personnel rules and procedure and union agreements, he is able to choose that lieutenant among any of the qualified sergeants who meet specific qualifications and who are interested. As a result of that, he has appointed Sergeant Ryan Dean to be the lieutenant of the patrol division. It'll be effective April 22nd. And the personnel rules indicate the process for sergeant and detective promotions. That one's a little bit more involved and involves a written examination and interviews and everything else. So we're going through that process. We had a written exam about 2 weeks ago, and we had, I believe, 7 candidates pass sergeant's test and 8 candidates pass the detective's test. That will go on to an oral panel, and the intent there will be to create a list of qualified applicants to fill those vacancies in the sergeant and detective divisions. In the engineering department, as I indicated earlier, Chris Stinson has accepted the assistant town engineer position effective Monday. He has about 30 years of engineering experience, so we look forward to having him come on board as well. In the highway department, we just made a conditional offer for a new employee for the equipment operator 1 position. So that's going to be the ones that do a lot of the maintenance around town, around those roads that you see. They drive snow plows. That would be the operator 1. It's an entry-level position. Assuming that he passes the background check, he will be beginning at the end of April. Unfortunately, another equipment operator just resigned. So 1 step forward, 1 step back, we'll post it out. Again, we may look at the candidate pool, for this one to see if there's another potential applicant. And that's about it for personnel. Going back to the senior center discussion for the nutrition funding, as you know, because we discussed this extensively, the council, you reacted immediately and strongly supported the nutrition programs by allocating the $75,000 in ARPA funding last meeting, and we indicated we would raise the rest through fundraising. On Monday, I received an email along with all the other senior center directors and an email list who are affected from CRT with great news that the funding had been restored. The funding had been cut effective April 1st, I believe. No, I'm sorry, April 8th, yesterday. It's April 8th, and it would be restored effective tomorrow. They sent a similar communication to the chief elected official of each town, so John received it, and I believe he forwarded it on to you. The information that we received, the senior center directors received from CRT, I felt was a bit vague, to speak frankly, and this not being the first time I've done this, I had some questions. And specifically, the questions would be, they indicated that the funding came from the State Unit on Aging, which is one of the potential funders funneling through other state departments. Would the funding that they found last week be sufficient to fully cover the program for the duration of CRT's fiscal year, which goes through September 30th? The answer that we received was surprising. It was a bit combative from them, saying, we're working on it, but yes, it will go through the end of the fiscal year. Great. Other senior center directors involved in the email kind of came and said, we really do need to know this. We need to be able to plan and pivot. And so this went back and forth all day, and CRT came back with another communication. Would you have this in your email? I actually emailed this to you last night, but for just, just so everybody knows, that no, it's not guaranteed through the end of the fiscal year. They're doing their best and they'll keep us posted. So with all of that being said, I'm not confident that, I mean, we appreciate every bit of funding that we get from the state. Very, very much appreciate. I want to make that very clear. But absent concrete information, dollars, like we got this many dollars and this is our budget, I'm not confident that we're out of the woods yet on this. Last week, you instructed me to put together a letter for the state delegation and the federal, our elected officials, which I did and I sent to you. I would like to continue to monitor this and try to get some concrete information to present to you. It may be great to send the letter as is. You might want to modify it once we have more information about how long this funding will cover. And then another piece of this, which I don't think we're ready to, I'm not ready to ask for any action, but if we do indeed find out with how long we expect this to cover, whether it be the entire fiscal year or not, you might want to rescind and take back some of your ARPA funding. You might not. You might want to put it aside. I don't know. So I guess my point of my whole report is that it is fluid, as Counselor Page said in the beginning of the meeting. And I'd like to continue to gather information and maybe come back with a recommendation at some point, but we know right now we're funded, whether it be through the funding allocated by the state or by the funding allocated by the council.
Councilor Menke?
Yeah, I guess I share your skepticism. I would keep the money where it is now, because I don't know how somebody could go bankrupt one day and next day have fine funding and not be potentially go bankrupt next week, or go belly up next week, or run out of money next week. So I think we should keep the money where it is. We can always move the money later on this fall if we have to. I'm sure we can find something to spend the money on. Maybe painting the bridge. But I think for now, I would be recommending we keep it. I also think maybe a different letter gets sent, but I think the fact that they spring this on us and every other town, within 48 hours, and guess what, by tomorrow you get no food, is a problem. And I think someone has to be accountable for that. So I think the letter should still be sent. We may want to reword it, but I think we should still, as a council, say we don't like the way this was handled and the short notice we received, because it did make us have lose a lot of sleep, and certainly the people that depend on these meals lose sleep, I'm sure.
Councilor Page?
Thanks, Mayor. Can you clarify, Jamie, what the breakdown is between state dollars and federal dollars relative to the Meals on Wheels? Do you have a sense? Is
No,
it
no, we don't.
50-50? Is it 60-40?
I don't know. They don't, that information is not shared with the recipients, with the end users. I don't know.
Because the reason I ask is I just wasn't sure where we direct our energy. If it's equal, fine. If it's not, I just, didn't know.
The state, the funding that was just allocated to restore the program came from the state. But I don't know what the percentage is. I really don't.
Okay, thanks.
It's not something that's really shared.
No worries, thank you.
Councilor Floyd? Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Jamie, for the update. I just say that it is great to hear that money has been restored at the state level and that the state did step up. And I want to just thank, and I think we can all share this our thanks to Representative Turco, Representative Farrar, and Senator Lesser for the work that they've done, very responsive work that they've done, advocating for the restoration of these funds, which of course are federal funds, but for us to step up as a state and supplant some of that. And for, again, their responsiveness in email communications and phone calls, in meetings. They have done great work. So I just want to say that, and then also emphasize that beyond the letter itself, which I agree ought to still be sent out, certainly targeted, I think, at CRT in particular and at our federal delegation, given where those monies initially originated, certainly. Beyond that, I think it's a larger discussion, as we spoke about last time, to talk about accountability in CRT's budget to the extent that we as a town can leverage our membership in their services, and other towns perhaps can do the same, because I think it is just unconscionable that that level of, I hate to use very strong language, but I think I will, mismanagement, poor management that leads to this kind of impact could be done without direct consultation, or, as Councilor Menke said, with such little notice. So
Notice is the problem.
yeah, so I just emphasize that as a longer term goal, perhaps.
Councilor Floyd, Councilor Madreko.
Yeah, thank you, Jamie. And actually, I mean, this is rapid action in terms of the state to take this, to make these funds available, hopefully. So I believe, the outcry was significant from not just Newington but from every program that's been impacted. And you said that these funds are coming from the state. That's going to serve, because there was, and again, and I'm sorry, but in talking about, mismanagement, there was a very good article in the Current, I think on Sunday, about the state doesn't even know where a lot of the ARPA funds are. They have no idea. People are asking for an accounting. They don't know what's out there. They don't know what's spent. They don't know what's here. They don't know what's there. So it's not just CRT, I think, that has an issue. It's just this whole influx of money that came in very rapidly, and no one is really took account of it. So I do believe that there were funds available, and I'm glad that the state found them to direct them to a program such as this. And in terms of, returning the ARPA funds, that were allocated from the town council, the minute that you do find out that you're covered, because unfortunately it's not, I'd love to give the 75,000 as a gift to, to the senior center and use it for whatever you need, but those funds do need to be earmarked for certain. So the minute that you hear, I'm sure that you'll return it, but it is good news. The congregate and the Meals on Wheels will be funded at least through this year, but again, maybe CRT or these other programs have to look upon where they're going to be relying for funding in the future. Is relying on grants really the most appropriate way to go? I don't know, but thank you. Welcome.
Councilor Nagel.
I'd like to add my thanks too for you're being very conscientious about this. And I know this means more than just monies being allocated. And I'm glad that we were more pragmatic and that we actually did something, no matter what's happening now. And I do personally advocate that those monies be held on there. I'm sorry, I'm not being very optimistic, but we need to make certain that our people are safe within our communities. And I wouldn't want to see funds not be available on the spur of the moment. And it sounds like you're unsure as to what's going to happen, where it's going to happen. And as Councilor Madreko mentioned, that perhaps the state doesn't know either, and where the federal funds are coming from. So at least we can be assured with those funds there that we have done something, and that there is a rock there, at least that we can fall back on to have these services done for whatever period of time. Thank you.
I'm going to concur and agree that, I'm concerned and skeptical as well about how this goes moving forward. I think it's the wise choice to monitor the situation and see what happens. But, I want to echo also Councilor Floyd's comments. And as you said, Councilor Draco, the state really did act pretty quick that I've ever seen. So, I want to, make sure that be, grateful to our state representatives and our state senator, Kay Farrar, Gary Turco, and Matt Lesser for their work in helping to get that done quickly. All right. Any other questions for Jamie? Thank you, Jamie. Very good. All right, moving on to council liaison and committee reports. Councilor Nagel.
The day after the last council meeting, I attended the Senior Disabled Center meeting. The bulk of that meeting revolved around what we have been talking about, and basically what we had discussed concerning the situation at that time was re-explained at that meeting. Fortunately, I was there. Fortunately, Amy stopped by as a member of the audience, and glad that she did, because she was able to fill in some things that I wasn't sure of, and others weren't sure of either. So that they've been enlightened as of that time. If for the sake of time, unless there's something really important that happened at that meeting, I'll forego any more description concerning that. If anything I remember, I'll do it at the next meeting or the next time that the reports are made. Also attended the library meeting, which wasn't as brief and to the point. At any rate, bullet points here. National Literary Month is a week is coming up this month. May 19th, once again, is the 5K race. It's a Sunday at the library as a major fundraising event to keep them going. Book sale the end of next month. You can still donate books if you choose to, and contact the library about details with that. The last one was extremely successful, and we hope to continue that. They do. The library is going to have a service, in-house human services workshop. They did have one about dealing with the public, and next month they hope to have one with the police department concerning how to handle situations. Unfortunately, when the public is not cooperative or to help the staff try to deal with unfortunate situations that sometimes occur with the public at the library. The Passport to Connecticut program is continuing, which I won't go into details to that, but that's become very popular. People can get a passport from the library and go around different libraries in the state and get it signed in and find out the details for the libraries in the state if they would choose to. They also are considering asking the town once again for an electric messaging sign. They're aware of the ramifications of where there can be those and where they can't, and why public buildings have them and they don't, but still they're going to request that again. And they also discussed their own funding options and plan options, and also that indeed they're going to at some point be presenting a vision library renovation presentation to the council. And earlier on, you've heard the details about committees and when committees are going to be. So that is yet to be determined. And they have a concert series, which the next one is on September 27th. Lynn and Vinnie Riepknapp, they're a quartet, or not a quartet, but a trio, a small combo concert, and you can contact the library about details involving that.
Thank you, Councilor Nagel. Councilor Floyd.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple updates from the last TPZ meeting, and Councilor Bedrejko, do feel welcome to fill in what I miss. So just a few things. First, an update, small update on Cedar Point, 550 Cedar Street, a new development over there, as folks are coming to understand now, will be called Cedar Point. The paths there between the buildings, that is ongoing. They're still constructing those. Landscaping has just recently begun on the site, so it's starting to look a little more welcoming than an old brownfield. That is an update there. 67 Payne Road, the old nursery, where now Sunbelt will be relocating. Sunbelt, currently on the Berlin Turnpike, will be relocating there. Just an update, because I did hear from some residents, or saw a little bit online, just confirmation that in their presentation, they did confirm that no light from the backside of that property will diffuse outside of it. And they've had several mitigation strategies to ensure that's the case, including the kinds of lights that they use. Some folks were concerned because these, heavy machinery sites can have these really bright lights that they go elsewhere. And so that has been alleviated, which is great. Just a bit of an update on Payne Road, the apartments behind the 3333, that they do have a traffic management plan in place for the process by which they will open portions of the site, the portions that are completed to tenants while still maintaining the ongoing construction so as not to interrupt day-to-day life and so on. They have some mitigation when it comes to scrims, to a block view of some of the construction and things like that. So there are mitigation strategies in place there. So folks, if they're interested, that they should still apply and not feel like they're going to be kept up till 3 a.m. with loud noises or anything. That would be great. And then just the last thing I wanted to speak to a bit was on cannabis. TPC has been having an ongoing discussion regarding our cannabis regulations in our zoning code. This was at the previous meeting and the meeting before that. The town planner presented some exhaustive information relative to our planning code, or excuse me, our zoning code and other community zoning code. And the TPC has expressed interest in perhaps putting in place a moratorium on new retail cannabis locations. And that moratorium is with the express purpose of reviewing our zoning regulations. So it's not arbitrary. It's not for any other reason. It's to review those zoning regulations. I think it's important to note some of the uses that the planner identified that I hadn't even thought of, and some of us hadn't, including delivery and things like that, that may well be a good and well and good commerce and so on. But we simply do not have any zoning regulations on right now. So if someone wanted to open businesses of those kinds, we really wouldn't know how to treat them. So it's important that we identify in our zoning regulations how we need to amend them to reflect the times and the use of that substance and so on. And other towns are doing this as well. So we are in good company. I just wanted to emphasize that is the purpose for it. We're in a modern society now that, folks have strong opinions about this, and that's wonderful. But we've, I think, developed in our understanding a little bit more so as to not provide a stigma where there ought not to be for folks who may use the substance for various reasons. And so this is not with the intent to create a stigma where there ought not to be, but it's simply to make sure that we can keep up and entail all the benefits that the economic or otherwise that others do. So just wanted to express that. And there is a TPC meeting tomorrow where these discussions will be ongoing, and you certainly obviously welcome folks to attend that. Anything I missed?
No, just regarding the cannabis, just some of the things that are being looked at in terms that will be discussed. What zone should they be permitted in? Right now it's just the Berlin Turnpike business zone, So, residential, the downtown, the TOD, whatever. So zoning, the distances between, let's say, retail cannabis outlets from each other, also distances from residential area, churches, schools, whatever, that's going to be looked at. Any type of limits on retail establishments versus production. We don't have any production in Newington. Should we? Do we want any? What are some of the drawbacks of that? Also, in terms of just overall limits, how many does a town like Newington need? Do we want to put a limit on it? Because I do believe there's a limit, let's say on when the laws first went into it, when it first became legal in Connecticut, there were limits based on population, I believe, in each town, how many could be established, but then the state took those limits away. But towns themselves can put limits on it. Do we want to do that or do we not want to do that? And as Councilor Plord said, possible, moratorium until we can get all these questions. Bloomfield, I believe, just passed a moratorium so that they could, but their situation is a little different. They have actually, I think, 3 production facilities. So again, it's another discussion that is kind of underlying all this was, in terms of, liquor stores. We have, maybe, we have a certain amount of restriction. We have a limit on the number, we have a limit on, distances, whatever. Should they align with the type of, limitations for cannabis or not? How closely should the two be aligned or considered in terms of overall zoning? So it's gonna be an interesting, discussion. But what really, just, and I know it's late, but when, Janet, when we were talking about the amount of taxes that we're getting in revenue from, cannabis, she herself kind of indicated that, because a lot of people do feel that, wow, it's a real moneymaker for the town. But in terms of, she indicated in her opinion, that if we add like 3 more, we're not gonna get necessarily $40,000 more, because it's just the customers will be more dispersed.
That's true.
So, you can't just say that, oh, we really need these because of the revenue. There are other social issues that, there may be a need for it. But you can't just assume that these are gonna be big money drivers.
Yeah,
either.
beyond the 3, it's the same opportunity cost as any retail business. I mean, the same, level of tax revenue and so on. And I'll just add really quickly that I thought it was very interesting about the space between retailers as well. A lot of folks have raised concerns that we seem to have created a high density area when it comes to these 3 dispensaries of relatively very close to each other. And I think that just emphasizes the unique position we're in, because looking at other regulations in other communities, I think the maximum in Farmington, I think it was between medical and retail, so somewhat different, but that was the regulation they had on the books, was 5,000 feet. Our maximum between our current dispensaries, the 2 that are the farthest apart, is around 5,000 feet. And so regionally, we're all, this is like all completely brand new. Communities are having very different approaches to this. Ours may be completely different from other communities, or they may be in line. So it's a very fruitful discussion, and it'll be very interesting to see how it goes. So, but welcome people's input on that, of course.
Councilor Gonzalez.
Just really quickly, bless you. The Youth Adult Council met. There is a family fun night coming up at Newington High School cafeteria, April 26th. The doors open at 5:30 and the games will start at 6:30. There will be games, prizes, raffles, concessions, and the proceeds benefit the scholarships that Human Services does for the Newington High School. I think it's two seniors, right, Tim?
2 seniors,
Two.
$5,000 each.
Yeah, and they are looking for some donations of Gatorade and water, and you can get in touch with myself or Tim, or even drop it off at Human Services and just let them know what it's for at the window. Anything else with that, you think?
No, I should have mentioned that they did present a scare, I can't.
Showing screenagers.
Screenagers, that's good.
Yes.
Screenagers last week, and it was pretty well attended. 35 people, which I think is pretty well attended for getting people out of their houses, and so they are reorganizing and putting on many more programs than they had in the past.
Also, NCTV is looking for volunteers. You don't have to have experience. You can just look up on the website how to get in touch with them. And if you have any problems, you can contact myself or Gail. I believe you're on the committee as well, and we can connect you to whoever can help you with that. And the other thing I just wanted to mention is, and probably there's nobody anymore listening, but when you attend these events and you see raffles and businesses have, donated to these raffles, just make sure you go in and say thank you to the businesses, because, they're supporting us, and we wouldn't be able to raise this money and do the things that we do for all these different, from soccer to political to all different things, Human Services. So thank the businesses and let them know that you appreciate, them supporting the community. That's all I got.
Thank you.
That's a
Counselor
great point.
Gonzalez.
Very good.
Very good.
Usually, and it's a lot of the businesses
Yep.
do it again and again and again.
It's smaller businesses.
It
Oh,
is
sure.
the
It's
smaller
not the big box
businesses.
stores,
Some of the
whatever.
box.
It's the smaller businesses that support so many organizations
Yeah.
and.
And I think it means a lot to them when you go in and say, hey, thank you for supporting this or that, and,
And buy
you
the
know,
product.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Counselor Gonzalez. Any other reports? All right, seeing none. Moving back to public participation. If you're in the room and would like to participate in public participation, you can come on up. We do have one on Zoom too.
New hour.
Let's vote on something. Yeah.
Just 7:10.
I
Yeah,
can
just-
We're gonna vote.
Yeah, there you go. Oh, that's right. And it'll be official.
Just a couple of quick things I wanted to say.
You
with
say your
res-
name and address for the record,
Wendy
sorry.
Holness, 31 Barclay Drive. And with respect to the budget, I just would like to say that I know money's tight. Everybody in town knows money's tight. And I enjoyed hearing the dialogue tonight, and you clearly have your priorities straight. I like what I heard, and I think the right sacrifices and choices were made. So I'm very pleased with that. With respect to the bridge, I think it was Councilwoman Bedrejko that used the word iconic, and I would agree with that. I think that we should be really careful with the bridge. It is a real good opportunity. It's a source of pride to the town. The proposals, the word that comes to mind for me is ordinary. I know they are rustic. They are in keeping with what's there, if that's what you're striving for, but ordinary is coming to mind. I would like to brand it or do something special with it. The seal would be beautiful, maybe a carved wooden seal to make it rustic. I don't know, something, but we do need something special on that bridge. And with regard to cannabis, I am very happy to hear about at least a temporary moratorium. I am in support of the cannabis dispensaries. I buy medical marijuana for an 83-year-old woman who has no other options for pain in her life and fights me every inch of the way because she's afraid she's gonna become a drug addict or a pothead. So, she's stuck with the stigma that we're all stuck with. But I don't want to have dispensaries all over the Berlin Turnpike, just like I don't like all the hotels and all of that. I want a variety. I want some restaurants. And I don't think there's anything wrong with the people. I'm very impressed with the way the dispensaries are run. It's just too many. I just don't want that to be what people know us for, is the dispensaries in town. We're better than that. So that's all I have for you. Thank you all for your hard work on the budget and everything else that you do. Thank you.
Thank
you.
Thank you.
Did you see we have one on Zoom who hung in there with us all the way
Oh, you're
through?
kidding.
Go right ahead, Miss Lyons.
Wow. Amen.
Hi, Rose Lyons, 46 Elton Drive. This is budget number 13, 14, or 15 for me. I'm not quite sure, but it's been a real challenge this year. And between March Madness, and congratulations to the men's UConn team for their victory and to the girls for fighting so hard. I have a heart monitor on me for a week, so just to get this all off of my mind, I think I'm just going to spill it out and see what happens when they take the report off of this recorder. The CIP and your cuts, I understand why you're making them, how you've made them last year and the year before. Cuts were made as well. I'm not loving the new way that the CIP is done. Most of you are new and probably don't even know that we had a subcommittee and that was stopped. And now it's just cut at the council level, which is all fine and good. But personally, I think that department heads should be able to defend themselves if you come up with a cut. For instance, even with the historical, just the 10,000 you want to take from the 50,000. I don't even know who decides where that money is going to go. Is it our facilities director? Is it from the Historical Society? Does the Deming Young Foundation get any say in it? Since I've been watching the budget, we've had 4 town managers, 2 acting town managers, 4 town planners, 4 town engineers, and it goes on, and the continuity is just not there. And even with the council now, you're all new. I'd like you to look at some of the history before you make some of these cuts. And I think, like Gail said, that this money was put in there so that we would have money to take care of things as they came along. In the years that I've been watching, I watched the Kellogg Getty House get a new roof put on by a facilities manager who apparently didn't know that the materials he was using were not good for that particular type of a building, and it caused more damage, and another roof had to be put on. So when these things are thought about, and I understand you're doing the best you can, maybe we can get somebody in from the Historical Society or from the Deming Young Farm Foundation and see what needs to be done. There's been talk about the firehouse over on Chapman Street. I don't know where you're at with that. They were going to take it down. They were going to renovate it. I just am not quite sure as to what's happening. Just quickly to the audio, visual, and whatever here something has to be done about it. Not just for me, but for others as well. There used to be a phone that you could just phone in and talk directly to you. Now it's a matter of jerry-rigging everything. I've got the TV on, I've got YouTube on, so forth and so on. One last plug, and that's for the small cities grants. I think Janet can tell you that I keep asking what we have left in our housing rehab fund. I don't even know if anyone knows about it other than our social services or human services and our senior housing, but that's something that could be looked into to help the seniors such as myself that are living on fixed income and maybe help them with some rehabs to their homes. I will be making up another list, but I just wanted to get this in while I was thinking of it. Thank you so much. Take care. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Thank
Good night.
you.
Anybody else in the room over Zoom that would like to participate in public participation? Seeing none, move on to remarks by counselors. Counselor Floyd.
Thank you, Mayor. Just very quick, I'll say to Ms. Lyons' point around the housing rehabilitation program. I have looked into that very closely and I think very interested in what we can do to keep that fund healthy and operational so that our seniors can utilize it. I think it's a wonderful program, but an underutilized one with a lot of tape. And so I'm looking into that, and I know others are, and I can express that commitment. So thank you for bringing that into the discussion.
Comments from counselors? Seeing none, move on to informational items. Newington Memorial Day Parade coming up May 25th. It's always a really, really good time. I can't wait. Everyone comes out. It's gonna be a really good time. So I hope to see you there.
Mayor, is there, I don't know if you're aware, you've served on the committee, is there fundraising and should we be aware of that to make donations?
I do serve on the committee.
Maybe you don't know.
There is fundraising. I can tell you that I will be out on the 27th of April at one of the Stop and Shops looking for your quarters.
So let's donate, folks.
$5.
There's
always a fun, and there's a fundraising during the parade. Somebody goes through with the bucket. So again, I serve on the parade, and I always thought parades were free because the band just came because they wanted to play, but apparently they charge, and it's fairly steep. So I'm amazed at how much the parade actually costs as opposed to. I just assumed that, like everybody else, I assumed it's just a free parade. You show up with a flag and you walk down the road and everybody's happy, but it's expensive. And the committee does a whole lot of effort to make sure it comes off. It's amazing how much effort goes into making the parade.
Yeah.
I'm amazed at, I do very little of it, but.
And the ceremony afterwards.
The ceremony after, I think, is probably the most important part, when we actually, once a year, we read those names of those people from our town that were killed in one of the wars. Yep. So I think that's probably if you had to go to one thing, I'd go to the ceremony, but the parade has more glitz to it.
Right. Go to both.
If you could.
All right, great meeting tonight, guys. Thanks for hanging in there. Thanks for everyone for hanging in. Thank you, Scott, for being on spot and being so helpful. And thank you, Jamie, for all your work that went into this and hanging out with us all night. And with that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Don't move.
Second.
All those in favor? We are adjourned at 11:31 p.m.